Of the committee's inquiry into competition reforms in electronic conveyancing. And I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands which we are meeting here today. Pay my respects to elders past and present, and I acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining here today. My name is Taylor Martin. I am the chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobiles to silent as we begin the hearing. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give here today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of this hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence here today. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures today. So Judy, Charlotte and Peter, welcome. Thank you for making the time to give evidence. Could each witness, and we'll start with Judy who's here in the room, please state their name, position, title and swear either the oath or affirmation.
Good morning all. My name's Judy Bliss. I'm the Director of Bliss Conveyancing. We're a regional conveyancing firm. I'll take the oath. I swear the evidence that I'm about to give by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms Egan, are you happy to...
Sure. So my name's Charlotte Egan. I'm a director of a legal firm based in Dubbo, Booth Brown Legal. I'll take the oath as well. So I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Peter?
My name is Peter Stewart. I'm the owner of Peter Stewart Property Conveyances. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. As is customary in our inquiries, I'll open up if anyone would like to make an opening statement. Is anyone?
Yes, I have one.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Judy Bliss. I'm the Director of Bliss Conveyancing. I'd like to make several disclosures at the outset. I'm a current member of the PEXA Advisory Board in New South Wales, and I confirm that I hold no shares or financial interest in PEXA or any other electronic lodgement network operator. Since lodging my written submission, I've also been elected to the board of the Australian Institute of Conveyancers New South Wales Division. However, I appear today in a personal capacity as Judy Bliss, a licensed conveyancer who stands at the coalface of property transactions every day. Buying and selling of real estate is one of the most, if not the most significant financial transaction an everyday Australian will undertake in their lifetime. It is stressful, emotional, high value and legally complex. When things go wrong, the consequences can be financially and emotionally devastating for all parties. My submissions come from a very practical viewpoint, not academic, not theoretical, but real-world day-to-day experience inside the electronic workspace where settlements are created, coordinated, problem-solved and completed. Conveyancers and solicitors are the end users who deal with these platforms at every stage. We see the benefits, we see the failings, and we see the impact, the good and bad, on consumers. Electronic conveyancing has absolutely transformed our industry, but it must continue to evolve with transparency, accountability, and competition to protect the public interest. Interoperability, reliability, and genuine end-user consultation are not industry wishes, they are consumer protection issues. I appreciate the committee's willingness to hear from people who actually transact in the electronic workspace every day. I hope my experience can assist with the inquiry to understanding what is working, where the roadblocks are, and what risks everyday buyers and sellers are currently exposed to. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Charlotte, did you have an opening statement?
Nothing of any particular substance. Judy has said a lot of what I would normally say as well. I think the only sort of disclosure that I need to make is that subsequent to my submission, I have been elected the regional president of the Orana Law Society, and so I now have a much greater exposure to a bigger demographic that I would have otherwise during my submission.
Thank you. Just for the benefit of our Hansard staff, which society?
Orana.
Orana. Thank you.
O-R-A-N-E.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Like the res zone that Labor's rolling out.
Peter, did you have an opening statement or any declarations, disclosures?
Well, on what Judy said, I thought, well, I do have shares in PEXA, but I think I bought them a million years ago when they opened, and it might be about $3,000. So I guess that's a disclosure, and they've done nothing.
Understood.
But nothing else. I do have someone that works for me that is on the PEXA advisory committee, but no other disclosures to make.
And is that advisory committee different and separate to the advisory board that Judy
Same thing.
mentioned, or it's just different
Same
semantics?
thing.
It's the same thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And we also have two members who are dialed in. I'd just like to remind those that are dialed in, if you don't mind muting when you don't have anything to say at the current moment, because the microphones pick up everything and amplify it through the room that we're in here. I'll just open up to members if anyone would like to begin with questioning.
I'm happy to, Chair.
Wes, go for it if you want.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all appearing today. Obviously, this is an interest that I've got, and I think a number of other members have got in relation to ensuring that we've got competition in the space. Having a look at the submissions, there's obviously, I guess, a level of support for what PEXA provides in the e-conveyancing space. But I guess, is there a way that you could perhaps articulate what you think could be done better in that space that isn't currently being offered to consumers? I'll start with you, Ms. Bliss.
From my understanding, PEXA has never been hacked, for want of a better word. Okay, this is a $7.26 billion industry. My main focus is consumer protection, and that's where my business as a conveyancer comes from. It's consumer protection. So I'm not opposed to interoperability, but I just want to make sure that it's a secured system as much as it can be. Nobody can give 100% guarantee in anything in life except birth and death. PEXA is doing a lot of work around consulting with the people who transact every day in the system.
Yep.
Hence the advisory board. There is conveyancers in each state and territory on different boards.
So just in relation to the question that I asked,
Yes.
it was more around, I appreciate that there's a level of support for PEXA and it's quite clear
Yes.
from the submissions. I guess I'm asking objectively, are you able to provide some instances where you think the industry could be better and where you found issues that you think might be improved if we had some competition? I guess it's challenging. It's challenging each and every one of you to actually, instead
Yes.
of just supporting the status quo, think about what could be available to the industry if there was, I guess, a greater.
I think you've
sphere of-
misunderstood what I've said.
Right.
I support interoperability, but it can't come at a cost. Okay. What PEXA does really well is we have a secured system at the moment that works. Okay. Just because it works doesn't mean it's the be all and end all. Okay.
Yes.
So for it to work better, and I'm no IT expert in any way, shape or form. I run a business, I have to have security on our laptops and things like that. We have implemented, after consultation with PEXA, to make what we do more secure when we're accessing that system. Okay? In respect of making it better, that is an open-ended question because there is so much other work that needs to be done with land registry services, and all the other players in the field, Revenue New South Wales, all the other players in the field. It's not just PEX has got to do something better.
And I'm not suggesting it is. I guess I'm just seeking, objectively, where there's a lot of obvious support for the current PEXA platform, whether there's been objective analysis by people that have made submissions and whether they've actually thought, well, actually, this could be improved or that could be improved. Is it the fact that you believe that the PEXA system is perfect and doesn't need any changes at all?
Nothing is perfect in this life.
Which is why I asked the question.
And in my submission, I did point out that if we have interruptions to the systems, regardless of what other player in the whole system has caused the interruptions, we need to be able to, as the person dealing with the clients, we need to know what is happening, like why the system has gone down. Is it a platform system? Is it's not talking to revenue? Is it not talking to the ATO with the Form 1s? Is it not talking to the banks, or the banks have an issue uploading the funds?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have actually raised that with PEXA. They are looking at that because when I was writing this submission, I did ask for the statistics. They don't keep statistics like that. They also do not keep statistics other than if a settlement fails one day, it goes to the next day. That's the statistics. But they don't keep statistics of if there's a delay in the settlement. Hence my comment in my submission, the smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors is happening here because it's mainly one of the players within the workspace who hasn't signed off on time, funds haven't been loaded up, funds haven't been confirmed, whatever. That is what is actually delaying settlements.
Yep. I don't want to monopolise the time, Chair, but I just thought the other witnesses might.
I might move around and come back.
Yeah.
Cameron? Yeah, just quickly, as a follow-up to that, when I read all of your submissions, I think in essence what you're saying is that PEXA provides a great service. It's great to have this done electronically compared to the previous system, but you're concerned that interoperability might pose risks to the way that operates, and if competition's brought in, it may pose a risk to that working well. Given that PEXA's in effect a natural monopoly, would it be better, for example, to regulate that monopoly rather than to focus on interoperability and competition? And just wondered if each of you had a quick view about that.
Does anybody else want to have a say first?
I can probably speak to that. I think both are very valid options when you assess it critically. I think managing a monopoly is definitely possible, and I think what I have the same concerns that Judy does, in the sense that if you add other players into the game, the regulation of that becomes more difficult because you're looking at different systems. How the monopoly is managed, I don't know, but I suspect that is probably a more viable and preferable option for practitioners. And I think from a day-to-day use situation, I think it's a bit about the devil we know versus the devil we don't, really. I mean, PEXA is a wonderful system. It does work. The more layers, the more players, the more sort of people you put into that system, and the more, I guess, different players in that system, the more complicated that management is going to become. And that's my honest thinking there.
Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Carter?
Sorry, can I just answer that as well? Competition is great, okay, in business. We're all in business. Competition is great. It just makes you strive even harder to succeed and provide a better product than somebody else. So my understanding of why interoperability was actually paused was because of the banks had some issue with payments. Now, the minute you start mentioning money, the minute I say maybe, it's just not time for it just yet until all that is worked out. Because I'm the one who's going to be telling a client, I'm sorry, your money's disappeared or you've been delayed, whatever. They then come to me and ask questions. I then become a counsellor and go, look, we're working through it. We're just trying to understand what's going on. Now, interoperability, what actually is it going to achieve? Somebody's going to be $5 cheaper than somebody else on a fee. Realistically, if you're dealing in a multi-million dollar, which, let's face it, that's what property is nowadays, we're talking millions of dollars, not just hundreds of thousands. Is the consumer really going to be concerned about saving $5 here or having a secured system?
And that $5, I mean, can you tell us what are people normally paying in terms of the property transaction? There's the stamp duty, there are the fees for a loan and so on. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, aren't you?
Yeah, the most expensive thing after the purchase price is stamp duty, which goes straight to the New South Wales government. Okay? The next thing that comes in after that is lender's mortgage insurance.
So you're talking about a saving that's a fraction of a percent.
Yes.
In terms of the transaction.
Yes. And if you have a system, you know, and this is purely from a business point of view, if your business model is to undercut somebody else, are you really going to have the resources to do the security? What are you going to miss out on because you don't have the revenue to do that? So is it not time as leaders, you just acknowledge that maybe it's not the right time for it until all these other issues are sorted out first?
Thanks.
Susan?
May I add something
Peter,
here?
please.
I also agree somewhat with the ladies, and that whatever shortcomings can happen with PEXA at the moment is usually a result of all the other parties in there. It's with the banks, it's with the stamp duties office, it's all of those things. And the energy and time, I think, is much better spent ironing all of that out, regulating that, getting everything else as safe as possible with that, and then considering looking at interoperability at a later date. Because when people are complaining about PEXA and the shortcomings, it's usually a result of these, you know, these other subscribers and government bodies that feed into it that they can't actually control. And as soon as those government bodies need to be speaking with 2 or 3 different LNOs, it's just not going to be smooth. And what's going to happen is it's going to be the conveyancers and the buyers and the sellers that are going to be the ones that get the repercussions from it. And when we're talking about PEXA fees, we're talking about $150 per transaction. That's it.
Thank you. Susan?
Thank you all for your submissions. Ms Bliss, question to you, but happy for other people to have their views. I notice in your submission you've addressed in particular the role of the regulator and regulation, and your comment that among other powers the ARNEC is able to suspend or revoke an LNO's approval. If that was done in New South Wales, if the LNO's approval was revoked, what would the impact be on the market and on your operations?
Well, that would be the last port in the storm, so to speak, that would happen. You would assume that they would first contact them to discuss what the issue was. If it was a repeated so-called breach and they weren't willing to rectify, then maybe that's the last, as I said, port in the storm. Now, if it went down, well, then we go back to the old paper settlements. I'm the dinosaur. I've been doing this for 30 years. I remember the paper settlement days, walking to the bank. I acted for the banks.
So if, for example, the regulator was to use that power in a market where there's only one LNO, it's the existing LNO or it's paper transactions.
Correct.
And so does that suggest that this actually is an ineffective power to give to a regulator in a market with only one LNO?
Well, what's the point of it all? That's what I ask myself, is what's the point of it all? If you're going to use the big stick and whack the stick, you've got to have the alternative to it, and the alternative is we go back to the old days.
Yeah, so as the market's currently constituted,
Yes.
the alternative, we have one ELNO or paper, and so
Yes.
if the regulator acts against the ELNO, if there was cause for that, because there is no alternative. In terms of the regulator exercising powers, and I understand from the ladies that PEXA seems to have a good advisory system and seek input from their customers. Does the regulator talk to people involved in conveyancing? How does the regulator get information to find out if there is a need to exercise any of their powers?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
I do not know.
Miss Stewart or
I'm not sure if this answers the question, but we do all get random audits where we have to submit ourselves as subscribers directly to, RNEC. I can't remember the exact name of the body, but we do have random audits where they just, and it's compulsory, and they go through what we've done, what's happened, and so there is definitely safety measures around that, and I know those audits are very, very, very strict. I have been called out once where I had a date that was handwritten and didn't look like the right number, so they take that very seriously. And I do know that in the conveyancing industry, the audits keep people on their toes a little bit so they don't become relaxed with the rules that need to be followed to participate in the ELNO.
do those audits pick up any issues with respect to the ELNO or only with respect to those people doing the conveyancing?
It's more who's doing the conveyancing. It usually goes around the verification of identity, the right to deal with the property, that the correct forms are being used to be able to participate, and authorisations in the ELNO. It's more around that area.
Can I just quickly jump in? Did any of you receive communications from RNEC in relation to their upcoming report?
I didn't.
No.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Ms Egan, do you have any comments on that issue of how the regulator is able to identify problems that need regulation?
I can only sort of speak from my firm's perspective at this point in time. Like Peter mentioned earlier, the audit process is quite strict and quite regular. And I do know there is a mechanism for us as consumers to be contacting RNEC directly if there is a problem or an issue that we think, there is an issue with the actual ELNO body itself. I do know there is a process we can follow there.
Last quick question for each of you before I hand over. Have any of you ever contacted RNEC raising issues that you think need addressing?
No.
No? No? No. Thank you.
No, but I also haven't had an issue that I thought needed addressing.
Okay.
I agree, Peter.
Yeah, so I haven't had a cause to want to contact them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for appearing and for your evidence today. I just wanted to acknowledge, as you say, that we're talking about really large transactions when we're talking about property transactions. But of course, interoperability operates very happily in the trillions of dollars of bonds and shares that get traded every day, every hour, every minute across the globe. If interoperability was to work in the same way that it works happily in other spheres, what would you be most concerned with if it was completely, well regulated, everything was working? Would you have any concerns with there being multiple players in the market?
No.
No.
I know for myself and Judy, we spoke yesterday, it's definitely around data and money and safety that is the number one concern.
So when we look at the costs and the fees, I understand that compared to all of the other fees, we're talking about relatively small amounts, but it's still an extra amount for people who are buying a home. What have the fees, what's the trajectory of the fees been over the last 5 or so years? Have they gone up?
Yes. Just like every other fee for every other government department.
Yeah, but they're not a government department.
No, that's right, but I'm just making the comparison.
Yes. But if we take the sort of basic principle that competition in a market tends to push down prices, that can only be a good thing for people buying houses, would you say?
Do I mention the electricity industry where we were told that prices would go down?
But we're not talking about electricity
No, I
industry.
know, but I'm just making the comparison
about...
once again. We're told prices will go down. Do they truly go down?
Just given that we only have 20 more minutes, I don't think we'll get into the electricity market.
No, but it's just a comparison.
Yeah.
Sorry, could I just, one last question then. So on the basis that it would push down costs and you wouldn't see a problem with it if it was actually working, then, you know, obviously in other areas such as the international bond market, we've got a working interoperability because we have parties on all sides wanting to interoperate with each other. Would you encourage PEXA to come to the table and do everything it can to make interoperability work?
Yes.
My understanding is that that's what they have, that they haven't said they don't want interoperability and that they have been forthcoming. But as a consumer, I've got no issues with interoperability if it is going to work, as we said. As a consumer, I wouldn't be choosing the cheapest one. I would be choosing the best product for my clients. And so I think that's why when we're talking about the price, for a lot of us, it doesn't come into it yet. It's not a great enough cost to, if we have a problem in PEXA and something goes wrong or someone loses their money, that's pretty much our reputation for our whole business gone. And so for us, it's the safety of what's happening. But if someone comes in and they're $5 cheaper, that itself isn't enough for me to choose them. There's a lot more that would come into it.
I'd agree with that statement. I think particularly in the scheme of what we can be talking about, like we're not talking about $50 transactions where $5 is a lot of money. We're talking about hundreds of thousands, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars. So in the scheme of things, $50 here or $5 here is not going to be the thing that makes me change systems.
But a competitor with a better product as well as a cheaper price, that might.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Abigail. I'll just go back to the opposition with Aileen McDonald.
I'll put it to it, and thank you everyone for coming. I just, from all your submissions, it looks like you're quite happy with the status quo. Why are you not supportive of choice or competition?
But I think you misunderstand. That's not what we're saying.
But from your submissions, it does appear that way.
But we're saying, at the end of my submission, I say I'm not opposed to it. I just want it to work properly and it to be safe and secure.
And so if it was safe and secure or was designed in a secure manner, would you then be supporting it and offering your clients choice if they came to you and said, hey, I'm doing this, I want to use this service rather than that one?
I don't believe the clients would be electing which LNO that we would be using.
Is that because they don't have choice at the moment, or you don't give them that choice?
Well, we can't give them a choice. It's PEXA or nothing.
So isn't that the whole aim?
But then it gets back to another thing is, do we give them a choice of which provider we get our searches through? Everybody get their searches through different providers. If we're going to start being, and this is just from a practical standpoint of view, that's just come off the top of my head right this very moment. If a company or a business is using one LNO, I don't understand why you'd be offering another LNO. It'd be like, I can only go to, I go to TriSearch for my searching, or do you go to Hazlitt's or something like that? I don't think it's really going to concern a consumer at this point, and this is just straight off the top of my head, without asking anybody else. It wouldn't matter to them because they're just wanting their house to be either sold or bought and settled.
Okay.
And clients are trusting us to advise them what is the best for them. And
But you've only ever worked with one operator, so how can you say which one is the best if you've only ever worked with one?
Well, where's the other
One
one
thing
that's
I will
transacting?
Well, you're not letting them have
True.
the opportunity to do so.
If I can say something for 1 second.
Sorry.
Out of all the businesses that we deal with in conveyancing, from government departments to searching to everything that we deal with, PEXA would have the best customer service, and they don't have to. And they have upped their game every single year to support our industry. And this is compared to competitors. We have 10 different CRMs that we can use. We have 20 different title search bases. None of them has anywhere near the level of investment in our industry and our customer service than they do. And that's why when people say, oh, they're doing all of these things because they've got a monopoly, they don't have to do that. They don't have to do anywhere near what they do because of having a monopoly. And I'm not against interoperability, but I think you need to be a little bit fair and say that what they've done is actually gone above and beyond what a business would normally do with a monopoly.
Thank you. We might move along, Mr. Fang.
Thank you. This evidence is extraordinary, and I find it extraordinary because in these sorts of inquiries, we tend to get a little bit more balance from some of the witnesses and submissions. What I'm hearing at the moment is effectively like the PEXA cheer squad. Now, the question I'm going to ask each of you is, have you spoken with PEXA prior to giving evidence today? Have they provided you any incentives or encouragement to provide, glowing references for them? Because the talking points that you are giving us at this inquiry are exactly the same talking points I got from PEXA when I met with them. And it's extraordinary that that's the case. So I'll go around in turn. Miss Bliss, have you spoken with PEXA? And
I actually find that very offensive.
I don't care if you find it offensive.
Yeah.
I find your evidence extraordinary.
I've got a point of order from Cameron.
Look, as a matter of fairness, the member's got to treat the witness with respect. And, attacking the witness in that way is simply disrespectful, and he ought to be called to order, Chair.
He's correct. I might move along from here if this is the path that you're going to take. If you have serious questions.
I think it's a very serious question, Chair, and I think
I'm willing to answer that. I'm willing to answer
please,
that.
Miss Bliss.
As I said, I find it really offensive.
Okay.
You don't know me.
No, I don't.
You don't know my values.
No.
You don't know my business.
No.
To come out and say something like that, I find highly offensive, because my value is I'm there to protect my client.
Mm-hmm.
I am not going to spend 3 hours driving up the highway, leaving at 3:30 this morning to get here, to come in here and play games with this council. I am not going to do that. Now, you can believe me or you cannot believe me.
Well, I don't at the moment. But
Point of order. That is completely inconsistent with the ruling you've made, and it would be my submission that we should move on from this member to another member for questioning.
We certainly will. We certainly will. Thank you. We certainly will. I'm going to hear...
It's rude and disrespectful.
Yes, I'm going to hear the rest of what Miss Bliss has to have, and if either of the two witnesses dialed in wish to add, and if that's not the case, I will then move on to Mr. Banasiak. Miss Bliss, you have the call.
I just want to point out that I'm here for another perspective. Okay, you'll hear evidence from other people. Now, this is my opinion. As I said, I have written this for myself, and I've come here to do this. I do not lie. I do not make up stories. I am 60 years old, and my filter for playing games is gone. Okay? So I am just telling you what it's like at the coalface every day. You can believe me or you cannot believe me.
You still haven't answered the
Where's-
question as to what you
I
find.
will still go home and sleep of a night
You haven't
tonight.
answered the question.
No,
Ms.
I
Fang,
have
you're
not.
called to order for the first time. I'm not going to put up with this all day.
No, and I will just point out that no, I have not received any incentives, nor would I accept any incentives. My integrity is worth more than what? A gift voucher to Myers or whatever you think that we may have been given? Nothing. This is just our opinion. I'm not going to get into personal attacks either.
No, I appreciate it. I apologise for what's just taken place. And before I pass the call to Ms Banasiak, I would like to apologise on behalf of the rest of the committee and thank you for making the time today, to all three of you, to take time out of your business to give evidence today. Mr Banasiak.
Thank you.
Can I
Yes, Peter,
add
thank
something?
you.
There's actually an element that the three of us are alienating ourselves right now, because the competition against PEXA has a very big voice and are in the media. And I expect that I will probably get a bit of, trying to think of a bit of word, cop a bit of shit today for this, for putting my neck on the block, because there are a lot of people out there that haven't gone deep into this and won't speak up and support PEXA. And so we've all taken a little bit of a hit for that, to be honest, to be here, but it just did not feel right for me for PEXA to keep getting slogged on when that's not the problem. So I have not got any kickbacks whatsoever, and I just wanted to point out that, honestly, we're probably all going to cop some shit from our industry from turning up today.
All right. No, I appreciate that. Charlotte, did you have anything further to add, or we'll move along?
I completely agree. I'm more than happy to support interoperability, and I think I say in my submission that I'm not averse to that. However, the fact is, as far as I'm aware, there is no other service provider that has met the regulatory standards to even offer competition within the space. So for us to sit here and say, PEXA is wonderful, PEXA is great, that's not necessarily what we're here to do, but we're here to support the product that has met the regulation standards and is able to provide the service. I haven't received a kickback, I haven't received an incentive. I'm here, as Peter says, because I'm an interested consumer in the space that uses the product all the time, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I thank you again, and I'm sorry that this is where our first our first session of the morning is gone. Mr Banasiak has some questions.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just picking up on what you were just saying just then, has the proposed market competitor Simply Eat, or slash InfoTrack, they're one and the same company, have they presented any working model or shown you what their product would look like in an attempt to allay any concerns or fears to any of you? Have you seen what their model would look like? No. Picking up on Ms Boyd's question, in your extensive time in the industry, how many property transactions have failed to go through because the buyer of the property didn't want to pay the $150 fee? How many of them are pulled out of $1 million property purchase because of a $150 fee?
None.
Zero.
And probably my last one, the other argument has been put for interoperability is innovation rather than costs. From my perspective, it's obviously a highly technical product in terms of software and technology that's been developed or has been developed. Where would the innovation come from for you in terms of, I guess, front-facing? What innovation would you like to see that isn't already in existence?
Yeah, so for me, I'm going to jump in here. Obviously, none of us are IT experts, but where I would like to see whatever system is used get better is more the to use a better word, the interoperability with all the government departments and banks that we're using in it, because that's what's holding us back, is the communication with the banks, what they're doing in there, with the revenue officers, with the land titles office. The shortcomings that we come up against is around the other users in the space. That's where it will get even better if we can get some more resources into streamlining that process better.
So is the Registrar General not the best person to regulate interoperability if it comes in, because you're dealing with not just a property transaction, you're dealing with banks, you're dealing with government agencies? Should there be a different regulatory authority that deals with this system?
I believe that there should be, so they're impartial to
I
everybody.
agree. We all, at different levels, answer to various different regulation bodies, and I think for this system to work in a way that it's meant to, there needs to be somebody sitting over the top of everybody.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I have a few questions of my own. So it's been touched on in the last half an hour about singular transactions falling over because one party out of a range of parties involved couldn't follow through. Now that happens on an individual basis, but it has been reported that there were over 92 outages in 2024 alone of the PEXA system. Have either of the three of you dealt with these sorts of system-wide outages?
I have this.
Yeah.
Peter?
Sorry.
I might jump in, Judy.
Thank you.
Absolutely. The system outages happen, but I can say that there has never been a settlement that did not go through on the same day it was set for. It may have just been delayed. And what I really want to point out with delays is, and I actually reached out to PEXA yesterday and said, I want some direct data on the big May 25 stoppage, which is the one that everyone spoke about, because I wanted to make sure that what happened in my office was the same across the nation, because I do 2 states. And it was signing again by 1 p.m. Now, what I want to point out is 90% of the banks won't sign a settlement before 2 p.m. on a day anyway. So it didn't actually delay any settlements. Yes, there is outages. It would be great if maybe there was a rolling screen of when there's outages, when we can expect things to get up. But it hasn't, in the scheme of things, caused any settlements to fall over. And I think that's important because, honestly, my internet will probably drop out just as much.
Thank you. That's very useful. Charlotte?
I think that's right. And I think very often anything that, in terms of an outage, that causes a settlement delay or things like that, very often it's not actually attributable to PEXA necessarily. It's attributable to the Reserve Bank system, or it's attributable to the National Australia Bank system. It's things like that, or it's a Registrar General, Land Titles Office outage. PEXA itself is just like any of those other players in the game, and often it's not PEXA as such that is causing the issue.
Thank you. Ms. Bliss, did you have anything further to add on that?
Just reiterating that, the way the system works is if somebody doesn't sign off by the appointed time, the settlement rolls every 30 minutes until the last settlement time. Very rarely, and I cannot remember off the top of my head, where one was delayed because of the system. There was other conveyancing issues may have been involved in it, that it went to the next day. So it's more of getting the parties to play nicely with one another and doing what they're supposed to do by the timeframes which they're accepting under the system would be fantastic.
I think that's a very apt summary of this whole issue that we're inquiring into. And you mentioned the 30-minute settlement times. Do you recall what time at the end of the day the last settlement usually takes place?
During non-daylight saving times, it's 5 p.m.
Okay.
After that, I think they've pushed it back to 6 or 6:30 p.m.
Okay, thank you. And do either of the three of you know of any other conveyancers who have used or do use the Simply platform?
My understanding Simply is not transacting. But that's just me because I haven't got any information about that.
Okay.
I agree.
Yes, no one.
Alrighty, thank you. With the 2 minutes we have left, are you able to, each of the three of you, or forgive me if I'm wrong, maybe Miss Egan, this doesn't apply to, but you have experience with the PEXA Advisory Board. Are you able to tell us some of the issues that come up that the board is able to wrangle with or solve?
Well, my issue...
Just to clarify, that does impact me as well.
Sorry, I didn't recall correctly.
So
Thanks.
my issue that probably I went on the advisory board when I was asked would I want to nominate it for, was to try and get the banks on board to sign off on time, because it's a hit to my business when we're doing, let's face it, conveyancing is fixed costs in the majority of cases, okay? Our fees are fixed costs. So we estimate what it's going to be to do that settlement. Client accepts the costs, off we go. It can go this way, it can go that way. We still get the same fee at the end. Now, if settlement's booked in for 2 o'clock, and my staff may be still sitting there at 5 o'clock trying to phone banks, putting conversations into PEXA, contacting other sides, if it's other sides who haven't done it, to get them to sign off on time. I mean, I've been told when we've rung other side, so-and-so who's got the only signing capacity in the office is in a meeting. Okay, but you accepted the time and date for this. And as I said, we're the ones who are telling the clients, like, there's been a delay. If you can communicate what that delay is, then you don't have this headbutting. We don't play the blame game. As conveyancers, we're the people who solve the problems.
That's right.
I can tell you that I joined the PEXA Advisory Council because I had a real wish that the RRR, so Rural Regional Remote Voice, was heard in the implementation of any system that was being developed. I can tell the committee today that this electronic conveyancing has saved our office hours and hours of time. To be frank, quite a lot of stress and pressure because we're outside the metro area. So for us, it was not as simple as send your office junior down to the bank settlement rooms to facilitate a paper settlement. That was days in advance. It was book an agent. It was make sure all your documents are ready in your office a week in advance because they've then got to be mailed to Sydney. I mean, for me, it was paramount that this came on board. It gives rural regional remote participants the same eligibility, the same opportunity to be in the same market as it does to our metro, and that was really important to me that voice was heard on the Advisory Council and how they then continue to develop their product.
Thank you. I might have to pull it up there unless Ms Stewart had something pressing to add. Well, thank you. Thank you, all three of you, very much for making the time this morning, and Ms Bliss especially for driving up early this morning, as you outlined earlier. I don't think any questions were taken on notice at all, so the Secretariat will contact you if there is a need to follow up, but just want to thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome gentlemen. I'll start with Mr Zach, we'll go to Mr Boodle and then Mr Bain. If you could start with your name, position, title and swear either the oath or affirmation.
Yes, my name is Jared Zach. I'm the founder of Dot & Crossett Solicitors, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
I'm Richard Boodle. I'm one of the founders and directors of Law Lab, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Bain.
Hi, Marcus Bain, Director of Bain & Young Conveyancing, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either or all of you like to begin with an opening statement?
I don't have an opening statement prepared per se, but I just wanted to sort of give a little bit of further context to my company. So Dot & Crossett Conveyancers, we are the largest conveyancing firm in New South Wales. So we have about 10 offices. We also practice in Queensland and in Victoria, but predominantly it's New South Wales. Have about 50 or 60 staff. I think I said this, but about 8,000 transactions per year. So, and a lot of that is actually very much attributable to the success that was PEXA in completely revolutionising conveyancing. But as I probably might be asked later on, I think that those benefits are now diminishing. But I just want to say that my experience is very different from the three ladies that presented today on a lot of levels. Certainly on the price squeeze that we're seeing, that I'm very much seeing that. And I've also, and maybe I'll be asked about this later, I've also experienced outages which have actually been multi-day and have cost my clients money.
Thank you. Mr. Boodle, did you want to open with anything to do with your experience?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, again, just a really quick background. Law Lab is a national business. We are one of probably the only one that's truly national, and we're about to be international. So we're heading to New Zealand and opening there. And I echo what Jared says. I don't think anyone's complaining, saying that the electronic settlements isn't a step forward from the old paper settlements. That's not anyone's issue here. It's really about do we want to support a monopoly? Is a monopoly a good thing? I did Economics 101. I'm sure most of you did as well. Monopolies are bad across the board. And again, I don't want to bite the hand that feeds us. I understand my role in this. We are here to beg you for change. But I'm going to nibble it a bit, and that is that it is your hand as the New South Wales Parliament. You created the monopoly. We had a very efficient and very competitive system. Every solicitor across the country could do settlements. Multiple points of disparate settlements could occur. There are large settlement agents, so that I'm based in Nyngan, so I win the travel today, so it's 600 kilometres west of Sydney. 4 o'clock start to plane to Dubbo. So yes, that's the change and the mandating of PEXA that put out all that competition and created the monopoly was done by New South Wales Parliament, led the charge on that. And so I feel like you guys have collectively, the Parliament, not anyone individually sitting here, you have the role to actually correct this. It was sold to you on the basis that, that there was this systematic failure of the way that we used to do settlement. And that's not the case. There were points of failure on individuals failed, banks failed, a person failed, someone didn't do their job as a conveyancer, and that caused failure. But there was no systematic failure. There was no possibility because it was so disparate. And what you've put in place is a monopoly and a single point of failure. So it's electronic, it's prone to attack, and it will then, as it has on a couple of occasions in the past, meant that no settlements happen. And so for our business, across the country, it means that doesn't happen. That never occurred until you created the monopoly, you collectively. And that's what I'm here to say is I've talked constantly, and I used to be in the PEXA Advisory Board till they threw me out because they put up their own settlements business in competition with us, and I told everyone about it. And so I didn't get an invitation back to that advisory role. But so I've been a critic for a long time, and I'm published as that, and I will continue to be a critic of a monopoly, any monopoly across the board.
Thank you. Mr. Bain, did you have anything you wanted to commence with?
Yeah, just want to reiterate Zach's and Richard's comments. So I was a settlement agent before in paper settlements, and then now I'm doing them on the PEXA platform. I still remember 2 years ago on the end of financial year, and PEXA's gone down, and it was one of the worst. So many clients lost so much money that day. And I just want to say, with monopolies, is that competition drives innovation.
Thank you. I might open for questions. Does anyone in particular?
I've got a question.
Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for appearing today. I think thematically through the three submissions, and thank you for the three submissions, similar points are picked up, which is probably not surprising given what we're looking at here specifically. So perhaps if I couch the questions, and there'll probably be 2 or 3 of them, and you can jump in or not as the case may be, but perhaps using Mr. Zach's submission as a bit of a narrative to the questions. You say in your recommendations that the New South Wales Government use pricing powers to freeze LNO service fees until such time as there is competition in the market. a couple of questions. One is the issue of what's happening with fees or experience with respect to fees. And the term competition in the market. I'm not trying to be clever here because it's probably difficult to define, but your sense of what that might look like. So perhaps if we start with you, Mr.
Yeah, sure. And so thanks for the opportunity to answer that question. Just my experience with fees, we've all read the newspapers and see that house prices have gone through the roof the last sort of 10 years. Stamp duty's gone up, cost of living's gone up, inflation's gone up. We saw that yesterday. One thing that I can tell you, and maybe Richard might echo this, one thing that has not gone up materially are the conveyancing fees. And that is the truth. So we've had, our average conveyancing fee has been around $1,600 to $1,800 for about 5 or 6 years. So we've just missed out. And we can talk all day about why that is, but a lot of it comes down to the way conveyances are set up. We're very much a cottage industry, very fragmented. There's hundreds and hundreds of them. My firm, as I said, I'm the biggest one and in New South Wales, and I've got a market share of about 3%. So it's just total cottage industry. We are price takers, we're not price makers. So our fees have not gone up, but all our disbursements, including our PEXA fees, have gone up. And they're going to continue to go up unless we get competition. And completely sort of in contrast to what the ladies before me said, I have definitely missed out on work over a matter of $50. I've missed out on work for a matter of $25. And the margins are just so thin in conveyancing. I'm getting, as one of the larger practices and sort of being I guess quite public about that, I'm getting sort of constantly contacted by conveyancers, struggling conveyancers, a lot of them in regional New South Wales who are really feeling it. They just cannot make any money in this environment, and they're asking whether whether they can merge with us. So we are really, really feeling it. So, I mean, certainly, whilst ever we don't have competition, it makes sense to me that one of the levers we have, and I don't think it's the best lever, but one of the levers we can have, at least have a price freeze on the LNO fees.
Any other gentlemen, Mr. Reynolds?
I suppose I'd just like to add it that if you look at, again, Economics 101, you look at the monopolists and you see a 55% return and you go, that's a monopolist return. We live on margins of less than 5%, and I'm sure there are industries across the whole, but monopolists don't. So they're on a huge return, and that indicates to me that there's a pricing issue, because that's why they're having such a huge return. So that's all. I just look at it from that.
So $150, because a lot consumers like to have it broken down really, really simply. It's very difficult to explain to them when they only buy a property once every 5 or 6 years, and they're fresh new to it. Well, that's my conveyancing fee, that's my LNO fee, and that's my disbursements. It's all going to appear as one sort of additional cost over your stamp duty. So they just see it as one transaction fee. And so when we're encouraged by the agents and the people that refer us work to quote as one fee, and the banks want us to quote as one fee so they can sort of factor in the loan costs accordingly. The part that's left over for us as the LNO, and there's other costs and expenses, which is obviously not the subject of this committee, that keep going up, but as that LNO fee creeps up every year, the part left over for us diminishes. So that's why we're seeing sort of conveyancers going out of business, every month we're seeing it.
Mr. Bain, did you have anything you'd like to contribute?
No, that's all, thanks. That's perfect.
Perhaps then, because I know that passed around to other members, but just if I could go to the third point, Mr. Can your recommendation for you all to comment on. Withdraw that. Number 2, direct the New South Wales Government to implement interoperability urgently as has been legislated, and use enforcement powers where appropriate to compel the monopoly to participate in the reform and meet the deadlines. Trying to flesh this out a little bit more, is it your submission that the government, with the New South Wales government with its current legislative framework, can do this, or something that needs to be looked at to see that in fact it does have the powers to do this?
My understanding is that they can do it. Do you understand, Richard?
Yeah, I think you've passed the legislation to do it. It's just not being done. And look, again, it's quite hard to dig into this. We are functionaries. We're on the coalface here. But my understanding, I have really reasonably close relationship with Purcell's, the former one of their major employees used to work for us. And what I got from that was that even though the legislation is there and they're being told to do it, it's not being enforced, and it requires government to
Sorry, can I
actually...
just press you a bit? When you say it's not being enforced, specifically what do you understand is not being enforced?
Mandate or directing PEXA to work to create interoperability. I understand that PEXA just aren't handing across codes that simply in this case need to do that, and Purcell's needed. So there's some information sharing required to create interoperability. We saw it with Telstra and Optus. The government directed Telstra to make available the stuff, which led to what we have now. I can make an Optus call to a Telstra phone, and that's what we want. I mean, I'm not a technologist. We just want to be able to be in a system that we choose on behalf of our clients. We acknowledge some of the points that the conveyancers earlier made. The clients, but we can choose on behalf of the clients the best experience for them, and I want to be able to have that choice, and the only way we can get interoperability, because PEXA, they're a monopolist, and even if I wasn't covered by parliamentary privilege, you would say the monopolist is not going to willingly do this. So they will do everything they can to not give the codes across to make interoperability. So it's not a technical issue. The technical issues are all solved. It's just to hand the codes across the table, and you guys are the only ones that can do it.
Yeah, and maybe this question will come later, but I think the ladies that spoke before us, they all sort of didn't have any experience using the Simply platform. That's probably their choice because...
Sorry, which platform?
The Simply platform.
Thank you, just for the purpose of Hansard.
Sorry,
Yep.
the Simply platform.
Thank you.
So the Simply platform does work. We've done many transactions in it. The only impediment to using Simply Wholesale really is the banks. And that's because the banks are not being sort of told, cooperate here, because we're all working together to try and get interoperability and competition into the market. Until the government steps in and really sort of cracks the whip with the banks, then we're just going to be stuck in this limbo. And I do feel like it's a rapidly closing window. I feel like we've only got sort of, almost this period now, and then we're all going to give up on it. PEXA will race along. There's going to be some massive single point of failure event, sort of like a CrowdStrike type event, and we'll all look back to this day where we sat here and decided, let's do nothing about it. It's all too hard. That seemed to be, maybe I'm being unfair, but that seemed to be the main argument from my colleagues previously. Oh, it's all too hard. Yeah, competition would be nice, but what if it all goes wrong? Well, that's not the way to look at these things. There's too much at stake.
Thank you.
Mr. Bain, sorry, just finally, do you have anything you would like to contribute there?
You're on mute.
You're on mute, Mr. Bain.
How about now? Sorry. Yep. I just want to echo Jared's comment. It's definitely the banks that are being held up these transactions. I've done a huge number of transactions in the Simply workspace, and that technology is definitely okay. It's just the banks are holding up the interoperability connections. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yep.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Boodle, I'm glad you made the Telstra and Optus comparison. I've been wearing that metaphor out the last 6 months.
Thanks, Chair.
Jackie Munro.
Thanks for appearing today. I was curious, we just heard, I think you heard the evidence from our previous witnesses about their experiences not having outages that really impacted their business. You're obviously giving evidence saying that your business is very impacted. Could you just explain to the committee why that difference occurs? Like, how does that difference in experience play out if there's only one platform?
Maybe I misunderstood your question, but I think on a volume basis, that those ladies, I know them fairly well, they've got really successful businesses, but they're very boutique, they're very niche. Myself and Richard, Richard does thousands of transactions a year, so do I, so we just see a bit more. And yeah, the outages, the intraday outages, they happen every day. It's not even an issue, we're not here to discuss that. It's the multi-day ones, when you've got the removalists waiting outside at 5 p.m. and the family, homeless overnight. They're the big ones. And so there's been probably half a dozen of those that I can remember. One, in fact, was not the end of financial year one that Marcus was talking about. The one I remember last year in August, we had a big outage in Queensland. And I had literally people stranded in the driveway, had to stay in accommodation. Now, on that occasion, to be fair, we wrote to PEXA and they actually compensated my client, to be fair to them. But that was also an admission of fault on their behalf. You can't say that was the banks. You can't say it wasn't the conveyancer who didn't sign off on time. They said, yes, that was an outage with us. That to me was a really, really, really big red flag.
When was that? Sorry.
I believe it was August last year in Queensland. Okay. Yeah. But that to me is like, wow, this is just in Queensland. And if there's a nationwide event of this nature, there's nothing to suggest that that can't happen. We're in a lot of trouble.
Mr. Boodle, Did you have anything to add?
Yeah, look, I think it's again a bit about scale and geography as well. I recall the Queensland one as well, like absolute nightmare. And that was PEXA, notwithstanding it was localised to Queensland, so there was something about something that occurred in the interaction between Queensland and PEXA there. But the general point is that we already know, because we sit here looking at Optus over the last couple of months. We know that that's going to happen to PEXA at some stage. Like, it just has to. It's not saying that PEXA is going to do wrong. It's just that that's the reality of the electronic systems that we live in. So let's have a backup for that. Like, if for no other reason, let's do that. But as I said, there are so many other reasons for doing it. But as that single point failure, let's do that.
And did you also have the same experience or same comment, Mr. Bain, about it being about volume or scale?
Yes, I mean, as Jared said, unfortunately, the story of the removalists being sitting in driveways is all too common in this industry. The amount of times that I have on the PEXA platform just had even just little skips of 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then the settlement has to roll over. I mean, removalist costs, for example, they can be hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and people already paying so much money for property in New South Wales in particular. So just to have a backup, just so if these multi-day outages happen, just seems like a no-brainer to me personally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ali.
Mr. Zach, you mentioned before that there should be, you recommended a price freeze until competition is delivered. How do you think that should be implemented and monitored?
I don't see any problem through ARNEC enforcing that.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's just one of the things, but probably the easiest thing that we can implement. I mean, money talks, and and PEXA do like their money, although I notice most of it does go and get spent in overseas jurisdictions, which is a bit of a shame. But I mean, that to me would seem a really, really easy lever to pull, and ARNEC can do that.
Okay, all right. And then as a follow-on, you said, or no, you didn't say, I was just wondering what specific powers should the Registrar General use to address, say, like this monopoly behaviour that we're currently seeing and those price increases?
I don't know the answer to, well, I may not know the answer to this question, but if a fine, if it was possible to levy a fine, that would be another option as well. I don't know whether the existing regulations permit that, but along with the price freeze, I think money is going to ultimately motivate this monopolist to sort of start giving up the code and cooperating.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Birtle, you said that Parliament created the monopoly. What changes are needed to reverse that?
As I understand it, you actually have the legislation now that mandates interoperability. So I think you've got it there already. Those changes have been made, and they were, again, like, notwithstanding you guys led the monopoly in the first place, you have been good as a parliament, both sides of parliament, to actually lead the charge to interoperability in terms of mandating theoretical interoperability. So we've got that. What we want you to do now is help us pull the levers so that it's no longer theoretical, that PEXA just can't, as the monopolist, just can't hold the code and say it's ours. I've seen lots and lots of stuff that they've put across the board, and it seems to be every time there was a new meeting on interoperability, there was a new reason that they couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I think that's shared across the industry. Everyone believes that is what's occurring. So we just need you to, as Jared says, maybe there's some fines, maybe there's some other directions that Parliament can do. And we aren't parliamentarians, and I'm not a parliamentary lawyer, so I can't tell you exactly, but I guarantee that's the brains trust that sits behind this committee that can do that. And we really, please, that's what I'm saying. We're coming here cap in hand, because I don't know anything about Simply's finances or anything like that, but I can't imagine that we're never going to get another capitalist that's going to put their ring into it. If Simply doesn't get up, there's going to never be another chance to have any kind of competition in this industry. And I don't know how long they can fund it. I know how long we fund loss-making businesses over time, and an expansion of conveyancing nationally and internationally costs that sometimes, but you can't do that forever. So I don't know how much longer there is, but I think time is really critical, and I'm urging you guys to action as soon as possible.
So as I understand that, that's meant to happen December next month. I don't know if that we're on target. So, do you think your business is at risk, or any business, from this monopoly if interoperability isn't implemented in a timely time frame?
Yeah, look, thanks. I think that's a really great question, and I think it's sometimes lost on some of the other players in this industry. And I suppose it's, again, I have a very broad view, and we are a large business. So I've looked at the kind of things that PEXA has said in its prospectus in the first place, the ambitions that PEXA has. They are industry swallowing. I can't describe them in any other way. And so it has always driven me, and if you look up my various interviews over the years, it's constantly driven me, is that our business, Jared's business, all of our businesses are at risk. And we are a cottage industry, so we employ the conveyancing industry across the nation. There's lots and lots of mums and dads there doing their thing. All of that is gone. If we leave a monopolist in charge of again, the registries, all this most incredibly important data and transfers, the largest kind of single industry in the country in terms of property is the wealth of Australia, then it's stuck in a monopolist that can then chew up the rest of the industry. So for me, it's really personal. It's all the money we've invested, 15 million or something in our business over the years in tech and lots of things. We gave clients electronic notices, and we bring agents and brokers together. All that software we built long before PEXA, and all of that is at risk. I'm begging you to do this where it's so much risk.
If I could just build on that as well. I mean, go back sort of 5 or 6 years ago. It was so proud. I was so proud to come from New South Wales, and I used to practice in London. I'd go back there every now and then in property law in London, and I would just laugh at how they were doing transactions over there. And I'd say, you guys are so far behind. We have this great thing in New South Wales called PEXA. We do all our settlements electronically. It's amazing. Okay, now they've caught up. And we're missing this opportunity where, because of this monopoly, is now stifling innovation, right? Are they going to be investing in things like AI without a competitor sort of breathing down their neck? I'd suggest not. And all that sort of innovation and that success that we had, we're at risk of losing that. So I mean, this is a challenge. I'm sure you've got heaps of things on, and it'd be very easy to think, well, it's $50 a transaction. Who really cares when stamp duty is so big? Well, if you take that attitude, then we are going to fall behind. So I think there's a big opportunity here, and like Richard, I'd also really implore you to seize that opportunity.
I just have one final question, sorry,
Course, yeah.
And that's to everyone. How, and you mentioned banks before, how are banks blocking, competition in this sector?
Well, they have to invest to get some of their integrations set up with Simply, and until someone actually compels them to do that, they're not going to do that. There is some tech work to do. And they're just not prepared to do it. But why? Because they're reading the tea leaves thinking, well, there's no one's really supporting interoperability. Why are we going to allocate our resources here unless we have to? Mm-hmm. But it's not like you can just it's not like you can just switch turn on a switch in the banks, and Bendigo Bank and CBA and Westpac are all online. There is a little bit of work to be done. There's a little bit of code sharing to be had, which PEXA aren't helping with. But until the banks are sort of compelled to do it, well, you know how they work. They're not going to do it.
The more and more that we see and hear, the more and more I think we need to see the ACCC involved.
Well, we've made good luck with that.
No, I know.
We've definitely tried. So that's we're here. We've begged on that front already at federal parliament. But can I also just point out, Commonwealth Bank owns nearly a quarter of PEXA. Yeah. I mean, it has a vested interest in that. And remember, I was part of a wheat board. It's a while ago, when AWB was challenged, it was a monopsony, which was good for farmers. But every time we had that debate, there were people that were large shareholders in GrainCorp and competitors, and they would get up and say, I'm just a farmer, and I think that competition's good. But they weren't. They were shareholders in a competitor. So again, I implore, if you're listening to people's arguments from time to time, maybe it's a great thing to ask what their disclosure, their interest on that as well, without impugning anyone.
Thank you, Mr. Boodle. And I hear you say multiple times that you're begging us, and you just said that you implore us, and we're very cognizant that LexTech effectively left the market, Simply are trying very hard to get moving, and if we lose Simply, we'll basically have an entrenched monopoly. Susan Carter.
Thank you all for being here. Mr. Boodle, could I just follow up on something? I believe that you indicated something about PEXA extending their business into settlements, and are you suggesting that that's an example of how they're using monopoly power to grow into other areas of the conveyancing industry?
So they're in settlements now. They call themselves electronic conveyancing, but it's I mean, we do the conveyancing. It starts a lot earlier and it finishes afterwards, and we're the ones with the client on the phone in the driveway. They do electronic settlements. But with that, and if they're left in that monopoly position, then they can go upstream. It's very clear in the PEXA prospectus what they've always wanted to do is go upstream, by which I mean offering search, offering at the moment the money laundering legislation is giving PEXA the opportunity to grab data higher up the transaction, and we're really concerned about that they're propping up a solution there that will give them access to our client data. They've asked us to share, that they've gone to real estate agents directly. That all the things that a monopolist can do, they've set out in the prospectus. So I'm not saying it's not make believe. We're watching what they're doing in the UK, where they're not regulated like they are here, and you have to assume that they want to do all the same things back in Australia, and it really scares me.
And so that's the basis for your statement that they're a business swallower, that they will, and that they're empowered to do that because of their monopoly position.
All that monopoly rent can be used to then take us out. They can operate. It's the Amazon model, isn't it? They can operate conveyancing against Jared and I and Marcus for no cost for unforeseen time, can't they? And we can't compete. We're individuals.
So perhaps a quick answer from all three of the gentlemen is that your primary concern that in an effort to create competition, what's happened is that a regulatory very high barrier to entry into a market has been replaced by a technological barrier to entry into a market.
Not even that, I don't think.
I don't think it's a technological barrier. That's the thing. Like, this isn't. And I listened to the former CEO one day talk about how PEXA was like the railways, and I just asked to answer the question. The railways in England, when they took over from carts, they didn't require government legislation mandating them. There was very slow uptake and very little uptake in PEXA, and there was competitive pricing in Queensland because they weren't mandated. So this isn't a technological issue in any way, shape or form. We know the technological solution. This is government mandated. They put a mandate that said we all have to use PEXA. And that's what I'm saying is you're the ones that created the problem. It's legislative and it needs to be fixed by you guys. Sorry.
That's really well put. I'd agree with that.
All right. Thank you.
Just go to Mr. Fang, but I'll remind him that I was not.
Well, no, look, to be fair...
Well, I haven't even finished, Mr. Fang, but I did note in my opening address this morning that the council has adopted rules regarding procedural fairness for participants.
I would suggest that my questions were fair, and I'm going to be extremely...
Can I take a point of order?
No.
Can I take a point of order?
Oh, come on, Greg.
No. Listen.
I haven't even started.
No. You're cavilling what is a gentle reminder by the chair.
Yeah, don't be a...
Well, I uphold the point of order. You did cavil with my earlier ruling, and in the first session, you immediately went to the motivation of the witnesses being here to even give evidence. I'll ask you not to do that again.
Ask the same question as these witnesses.
In that case, Mr. Dansiak, you have the floor.
Chair, this is appropriate.
No, it's not.
There's a witness on the screen with a Simply T-shirt on. I'm about to ask if they've got any shares or ownings in Simply,
Right,
and
I'm
they
back to
should
that.
declare that.
I'll call.
We're moving on. I understand, and I can imagine what it's going to be. We're going to move on. If there's time at the end, you can do so.
Thanks.
Mr. Dansiak.
Thanks, Chair. Just picking up on the comments around the banks, given that you are under parliamentary privilege, do you want to name the banks now that are actively blocking access?
All of them. Go.
Oh, every bank.
Every
I think
single...
there's probably some smaller ones that we don't know about. But
so who are the ones that have
Commonwealth
actually...
Commonwealth Bank, the largest shareholder in PEXA, and they have a vested interest to not...
It might be easier to ask which of the banks that do have access to your system. You've done transactions, so obviously some banks are working with you.
So they
are working with Simply. So which ones are those?
There's a limited sort of universe of transactions you can do. So you've got sort of transfers where there's a bank. You can easily do a transfer on Simply, and we do them all the time, and it's actually a really good product where you transfer title without a bank on either side. So there's no encumbered mortgage on the sale, and the buyers doesn't have a mortgage. That's easily done. Now, when do you introduce the banks? It becomes very, very difficult, and most of them have sort of said, well, we're not set up to do that right now. And let's name them: CBA, Westpac, NAB, ANZ. These are the main banks that we deal with, and all of them will put up obstacles and say, we're not set up to do this on on Simply. You'll have to use PEXA. So there's not a single bank that I can think of that has said, yeah, happy to do this. Let's settle on Simply.
Okay. And
the refi, I can't talk about the refi market because we don't do that. I understand that it's a little bit easier in the refi market. We're talking about transfers here. So.
Sure. And Mr. Biddle, you've stressed the point around monopolies. Do you share an equal concern around ATI Global's potential to have a vertically integrated monopoly in that software system base around searches and stuff like that? If interoperability occurs, will they also have that ability to do that?
I'd dislike monopoly across the board. So anywhere that we can resist monopolies, the difference, I guess, with a large global player is that it's not due to an act of parliament that they created a monopoly. But yeah, I want competition, and anything that you can do to enhance competition in all parts of our industry and all parts of the transaction is good for me.
Yeah.
I equally dislike duopolies as well. So with that in mind,
a lesser of two evils.
Coles or Woolies of conveyancing. What extra powers or I guess oversight would you like to see from maybe from the ACCC, in this space? So if we do get Simply on board, we do get interoperability working, that we don't end up with the Coles or Woolies of e-conveyancing, and you guys and the consumers aren't in any better position. What would you like to see?
Yeah, I'm not a sort of antitrust expert, but it would be whatever tools and powers the regulator has to sort of sort out the Coles and Woolies scenario. So price collusion, all those kind of things would have to be looked at very, very closely. But yeah, that's it. There's no doubt. PEXA are not a malevolent beast. I'm sure if these guys were in the roles reversed, we'd be sitting here saying how bad the InfoTrack and Simply are. It is really just the nature of a monopoly that we're complaining about here. Would there be a risk that ATI's got their finger in many sort of pies? Would there be a risk that they would also sort of move up the conveyancing chain? Absolutely, but the risk would be less with two players in the market. I think.
Okay, we'll cross the Coles and Woolies bridge if we ever come to it, but I think we are in a Telstra and Optus situation.
I just wanted to introduce a new analogy.
Thank you. Now, we'll go to Mr. Fang, who's going to ask each of you if you have any disclosures or relationships you'd like to talk about. And Mr. Bain, you might cop it more than the others because of your outfit choice today.
I've got my Simply underpants on. So.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think it's
a good question. It's a fine question.
To be fair, and Mr. Biddle, you actually indicated that this is the question we should be asking because it's pretty clear, I think, from the evidence that we've received and submissions we've received as well, that there's quite a lot of agendas in this, and there's a lot of money obviously at stake here, and so there are agendas on both sides. Mr. Bain, you are wearing a Simply t-shirt, and that obviously hasn't gone unnoticed by some of the members of the committee. Now, to be fair, I asked the motivation of the other witnesses because I called them the PEXA cheer squad. I'm going to call you guys the Simply cheer squad. And Mr. Biddle, you indicated that you might have a little bit of a axe to grind with PEXA. Is your evidence here driven by any motivation, or is it that yes, those things are aside, you've I guess wanting to come here to indicate that there are problems and it's your experience? And do you have any financial interest in Simply?
Thank you for the question. I will not be offended by your question. I think it's an appropriate question.
No, I think it genuinely is an appropriate question.
So yeah, the bottom line is, as I've alluded to, I've been in the press continuously. Have I spoken to Philip at Simply over times? Yes, I have continuously pushed them to have the backbone to keep this fight going. I have no financial interest in Simply or PEXA or ASX. That's not my agenda. My agenda is kind of the opposite. I want to push them to actually to front up and actually keep fighting this, because I think they're our only hope. Again, I pushed Purcell's and I did have personal relationships with them. So no, I drove to Dubbo and then an F-calf today, because this is so important. And again, I implore you, please do something about this.
Yeah. Mr. Zach?
No, I mean, I have no financial interest in ATI nor PEXA. My interest is I'm fully committed to the conveyancing, the market. I've invested millions of dollars over the last 10 years, and I just don't want to see the whole market just be completely damaged by a monopoly.
Mr. Bain?
I have no financial interest in Simply. It's just a nice shirt I thought I'd wear today. And if, for example, if Simply falls, thank you, fits me well. If this Simply situation falls over and PEXA is the one monopoly, that we did say that they are an e-conveyancing platform, what's going to stop them from starting on the settlements, then going and then undercutting a small business like myself? Whereas Jared and Richard, they do have large businesses, but myself, I'm a small little business in New South Wales. I charge, say, $1,600, or it would take PEXA to just come above me and charge $1,000 to each. I'd lose all my clients, wouldn't have a business.
I'd lose too, Marcus. I'd just lose more money. So
No. Like I said, I'm just simply trying to be fair and making sure that if I, put questions to one set of witnesses, I'm prepared to put them to the others as well. But as I said, I think there are a number of agendas here, and I just want to make sure that everything's on the table so that the committee can look at the evidence clearly and understand what's happening.
At a practitioner level, I think PEXA are actually bigger than that. I was on the PEXA advisory committee before, and they were actually very good like that. I don't think they would do anything like that. I think the practitioners we saw there earlier, I think their heart's in the right place. I think they have a lot of good personal relationships with PEXA. They used to be great to do with PEXA. In the first couple of years, when they had a massive team of BDMs, and they were ex-conveyancers, and BDMs, business development managers. So they were the guys getting you online. They'd come round and then they'd get you online. They'd stand over and they'd celebrate your successes. Now, once they established the monopoly, they cut all those people. All those people have gone, and there are still some relationships there, I guess, that those girls have. But most people don't know anyone at PEXA these days. It's just all ex-bankers, quite literally. What was the point of all that? I can't remember. But that's. I don't think. I think the biggest issue I think is the CBA PEXA one. I think that's where the conflict is. I don't think there's any sort of underhand deals.
The reason you left the PEXA advisory board?
No, I wasn't as interesting as Richard's. I think I just got too busy. So
okay.
I think.
Thank you.
Yeah. Right. Cameron.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. I just had one sort of question in terms of. Most of the issues you raised seem to be around the conduct of the banks in terms of their willingness to participate in interoperability, to provide space for other platforms to come in. I mean, is this really a problem where we need Commonwealth regulators to sort it out? We need ASIC, or we need APRA, or we need the Council of Financial Regulators to sort of do their job and deal with those problems in the background before we deal with the issue that's our responsibility as a state, which is the final element, settlement. Do you have a view about that?
Yeah, could I jump in there? I've certainly been to the Federal Senate Parliamentary Inquiry and pushed for those things and pushed for powers on that. And so I'm not saying your logic is flawless. That is something that needs to happen. But please don't leave it to them. They have a terrible history of change, and we talked about various duopolies already. That the competition head of ASC herself said that the Competition Council of Consumer, I can't even say it. Said that she doesn't have the powers that she needs to do stuff. So please don't leave it to them. What you can do as this committee is urge the action that New South Wales Parliament, they pass some legislation and start enforcing that and pushing the sort of fines and things. Make PEXA come to the table and deliver interoperability. Please don't put that to someone else.
Yeah, I'd say the
that's
same.
your role.
Let's take leadership here. I mean, we're so, as I said, we're so proud on the international stage to have PEXA out there. And, I think it was founded in Victoria, but very much the first fully mandated state, and the largest sort of property market is New South Wales. It was really sort of a gem that we had. And we should take ownership back of that market again, that Orno space, and, and do everything within this Parliament's power to try and get interoperability back on foot.
Thanks.
Thank you. And I'm very glad that we did get into a few analogies and metaphors in this session. And Mr. Boodle probably mentioned a very apt one, which was Amazon. And in my view, should simply pack it up and pack it in after LexTech had moved away from the market. We would effectively have one ELNO in what I'm told is a $300 million per annum market, and I'm told that the profit, the profit margin at the moment is over 80%. If that sounds right, what are your thoughts about those numbers? Because we talked a lot in the previous session, and we touched earlier on, whether it's $5, $6, $10 per transaction possibly. But it's a $300 million market.
I'll just answer that by saying that my margins are around 5 to 10%.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And we compete.
Thank you for being so honest.
And we compete constantly on stuff, and that's the reality. If you have a monopoly that has this massive revenue and very low cost, which is I think conceded by PEXA themselves, and the annual reports will show that. I don't know exactly that much, but you're the chair and this is your committee, so I'm going to say yes. Then all that money is going to go somewhere. And where is it going to go? It's going to go where you can increase your power, where you have market power. And Amazon sort of proved to the world, or Uber proved to the world, that if you throw enough capital at something, you can take out the taxi drivers. I feel like, well, I'm a taxi license holder in all this, for another analogy, but without a statutory mandate, without a license. But, I'm not paying for a license. But the fact was that Uber could throw money at
but you're
something
a solicitor, right?
and make it, exactly.
Not
a license that I pay.
Regulated.
Yes.
Thing.
So that's the thing, isn't it? That you've got a company, a monopoly, that will be able to just compete with us on price, take us out. They've done it. They have form, as I said. They set up their own conveyancing business in the past, and I complained about it. But we could all be taken out. And you're saying, well, is that good for the industry? I genuinely think, notwithstanding my own self-interest in saying, I think our business is great. We employ 70 people across the country. We've started in New Zealand now. I'd like to think we're a bit of a success story, and what you can do if you have a competitive framework where we can compete with Jared and still have a beer afterwards. And that's not going to happen with PEXA monopoly. You are the only ones that can change that.
I think Ms. Munro has one quick question.
Just one last question. In your view, who do you think should bear the cost of the transition or ensuring that there's an interoperable system?
So PEXA's made a big thing lately that it wrote off 12 million or something. I think that was one of the things that I read somewhere. They wouldn't have had to spend 12 million if they just handed across the codes. So I don't think there's any cost in handing across that code. Mm-hmm. I think you'll see that the new entrant will always be the bearer of those costs. It's just then about transparency and mandating transparency to those codes so that we can have interoperability. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be. It's going to be on the incumbent, and it is on the incumbent. Simply has made that investment, and LexTech certainly had made a lot of investment. But if you've got someone who's ultimately sitting there not handing across the table the things they need to do, then all that investment's wasted. And it was really cutesy to say, well, I'm writing that off now because we wasted all that money. Well, what was that consulting money done? Where was it spent?
And the banks need to pay their fair share as well.
And they'll do it in their own integration systems. And Jared said before, they're hesitant to do it because why have two systems? Why have, the bank, again, is this big clodding. We've tried to integrate with various things with them over the years, and it's changed. Oh my God, it's changed. They don't want change because you've got the system and it's just working and they want to keep it doing. So any kind of investment they don't want to see because, again, that comes off the bottom line. They're almost monopolists. So any kind of expense just comes off the bottom line and it comes off some CEO's bonus.
Thank you.
Thank you. We might have to leave it there. I don't believe any questions were taken on notice, but if there's anything the Secretariat can follow up, thank you again for making time.
Thanks for looking into this.
Thank you very much, committee.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Good morning all. Welcome and thank you for taking the time today to give evidence. I'll ask you each to state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation. And I'll begin with Mr. Argy, who, as it happens, this is not the first time I've seen your face today. You actually turned up on an advertisement on my phone this morning for Venture Crowd, which is very interesting timing, given you're here before us today. So, Mr. Argy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Philip Argy and I'm the Chairman of the National Electronic Conveyancing System Committee of the Law Council of Australia, and that committee is comprised of representatives of every law society around the country, and in particular the conveyancing people, an example of whom is Mr. Harvey on my left here. I'm going to take the affirmation. Is that something I should read now?
Yes, please.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Harvey.
Yes, look, my name's Richard Harvey. I'm the chair of the Law Society's Property Law Committee, and I'll take the oath, which is I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Turner.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dale Turner. I'm the policy advisor to the New South Wales Institute of Conveyancers. I also do run a private practice, and I will take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mrs. Tyler?
Hi, my name's Jenny Tonner. I'm the recently elected president of the Australian Institute of Conveyancing New South Wales. I've been in property conveyancing for 38 years. I've run my own business now for the last 16 years, and before that I had 10 years at Mallison's and 10 years at Allen's. You name it, I've done it. I'm going to swear an affirmation today. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you and congratulations on your election.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Farrell?
So I'm John Farrell. I'm an executive policy lawyer at the Law Council of Australia, and I'll be taking the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thanks very much. And as is customary, I'll open with opening statements if you'd like to give one. Mr. Argy?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have some pre-prepared remarks, but I also, having heard some of the things this morning, I think I can help a lot in answering some of the unanswered queries members have. They seem to be grappling with some underlying unstated things, so I'll address that with your indulgence when I've said some preliminary things, and to preempt a question which may come. My superannuation fund once had shares in a company called Link. I think there were about 100 shares. That company was acquired by PEXA in a share swap. So my super fund is holding about 100 shares in PEXA, just so that's on the record, in case anybody asks. The Law Council is the peak national representative body of the Australian legal profession, and we've been involved in the development of e-conveyancing virtually since its inception, so more than 20 years, and I've chaired the committee almost for that period. In case our submission wasn't clear, we are very, very strongly in favour of competition between ELNOs and interoperability in particular. Interoperability is absolutely crucial to driving competition because of what it enables compared to what there is now, and that is allow subscribers, that is the legal practitioners and conveyancers, to choose the electronic lodgement network operator of their choice. And they're not required to subscribe to multiple ELNOs either. So we think that will encourage competition that can achieve more efficient outcomes for subscribers and their clients, maintain pressure on prices, offer additional resilience, and I'll come back to that because that's really very important, stimulate innovation. So technical innovation means improved products for subscribers and their clients. In terms of the regulatory structure, we have, again, almost since inception, been concerned that ARNEC is not actually the right regulator It's very narrow. It's simply registrars general, and the intergovernmental agreement that established e-conveyancing and ARNEC gave it a broader remit that they've actually never really fully exercised. And I'll come back to that as well. But ARNEC has now got 3 reviews running, and I think there's a 4th about to start, into technical aspects, regulatory aspects, some other aspects. And we certainly think that those reviews should be allowed to complete, at least the 3 main ones. The new one, if that's going to take another year, we can't wait for that, for something to happen. The real point I want to make, I think, is to contextualise a lot of what's been said and what underlies a lot of the submissions. There's a cohort of legal practitioners whose business is almost eat, sleep and breathe conveyancing. For those people, since e-conveyancing was mandated, they've had to use PEXA. So for 3 or 4 years, they've become comfortable with PEXA. They invested in training their staff on PEXA. They eat, sleep and breathe PEXA to do their day-to-day work. For those people, the introduction of another ELNO is seen as unwarranted and even disruptive, and they don't want to have to bother with it. They're relaxed and comfortable using PEXA. That isn't PEXA's fault. That's the fact that e-conveyancing was mandated, and I won't describe motives, but it was connected with the privatisation of the Land Titles Office and the move to digital certificates, and that just happened, and we can't do much about it. But what it's meant is that the longer interoperability has been delayed, there's a growth in that cohort who've become relaxed and comfortable using PEXA and don't feel any problem. However, that cohort is not the majority of the legal profession. There's another cohort out there who don't eat, sleep and breathe conveyancing, who might do, at the individual practitioner level, 1 or 2 conveyances a year. They still have to do e-conveyancing, but they're looking for something more user-friendly, better user interface. So there's a whole lot of innovation that can be brought to bear at that level that they're missing out on. So that's one level at which interoperability will help give the people who are ad hoc, infrequent conveyancers the option of an interface that's much easier for the ad hoc user to use who hasn't been fully trained. The second level is the technical level, and I've heard reference to the banks being baddies and PEXA being baddies. Let's look at what underlies that. To make e-conveyancing work, the electronic lodgement network operator needs a connection to the Land Titles Office, a connection to the parties' banks, and in particular the lawyers' trust accounts. They need a connection to the State Revenue Office for the stamp duty. So there's a number of connections, virtual connections in any event, that have to be put in place. For interoperability to work, simply needs to have the same connections. And to avoid the single point of failure problem, simply needs an independent set of connections. Now, for simply to connect to the banks, needs simply to have and adopt the same communication protocol that's been in place between PEXA and the banks, because the banks are not going to reinvent the wheel. They say to PEXA, we'll connect to you, but you've got to adopt this protocol. This protocol has been the subject of asserted intellectual property. The bank's reluctance to do anything with Simply has been, in my respectful opinion, and I've been sort of looking at this hopefully objectively for some 20 years, the banks are very risk averse. If someone says to the banks, don't you dare copy our protocol or sue you for breach of copyright, the banks are saying, we're not going to take that on. someone's got to solve that for us. So what's required? What is required is for the banks to be absolved of any liability if they happen to use someone's intellectual property. Put to one side whether that's real or imagined intellectual property. I'm sceptical about it, but what would I know? I'm only an IP lawyer. But now, who can do that? There are provisions in the Copyright Act for state and federal governments to use intellectual property for the services of the Crown. There's a respectable argument that this protocol is not for the services of the Crown, but it's certainly in the public interest. So I think a key issue would be to, and plainly it's a federal government issue, to make clear that where there are standards that are critical to enable competition and interoperability, there needs to be a carve-out from copyright, for example, in the public interest. So I'll just park that idea, but to say that the banks are being obstructive, I think some banks could try harder. Some banks have the wherewithal to stand up to asserted IP rights, and they choose not to. And I don't want to be critical of the banks for being risk averse. So I just want to put that on the record. But fundamentally, the removal of the truck in the driveway problem is an exact analogue, and I'm sorry to pick up on your Optus and Telstra analogy, but in a much more tragic context, the problem we saw with the Optus 000 was when the call couldn't get through from Optus, it didn't fall over to an alternative carrier. What interoperability fully implemented will provide is that if for whatever reason, whether it's a PEXA problem or a link to a bank or land titles office, if for whatever reason that settlement can't be completed, the transaction will fall over to the other LNO or LNOs who have an independent connection, so a standby. So that's, we think, a really important benefit of interoperability. It adds literally resilience and redundancy to the system, the lack of which is currently the cause of this removalist in the driveway issue. So I hope that's helpful. It's a little bit outside some of our prepared material, but I've heard people grappling with, what's the problem with interoperability? Why can't we just do it? It is mandated. ARNEC's reluctant to do anything because the banks say, well, what are you going to force us to do? You can't force us to breach someone's copyright. So no one's owning the problem. Sorry for hitting the mic. And so I think that's a real problem. It needs a holistic approach to sit down and say, and I would be hopeful, frankly, that your committee's report would say something along these lines. What's needed is to tackle, and it needs state and federal cooperation, I think, to say, here are the impediments. So I'm not saying PECs are little angels. They're a commercial organisation. It's in their interest for their monopoly to continue because more and more people get comfortable having PECs and don't really want anything else. So I'll stop there because we're conscious of time.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I'm sure that we'll get stuck into some of those points that you've raised. Thank you. Mr. Harvey.
Yes, thank you. I won't read my statement, but I'll move quickly just to a couple of points with it. We refer obviously to our submission from the Law Society of the 20th of September. We addressed two issues in the thing, and that was the current pricing and our view that until simply or an alternative LNO is absolutely up and running, that it would be sensible to have price increases once a year at CPI. So we thought that was a reasonable position, and obviously we're all concerned, not concerned I shouldn't say, but obviously we're also interested in seeing that ARNEC's reviews come through, and that ARNEC is a suitable organisation to be able to regulate the whole of the electronic settlement process. I think the bottom line from us is that we as a Law Society, we're not going to get involved in policy issues and discussions between PECs simply in, is competition good or bad? Personally, I think competition is good, but then again, not everything is competitive in the world. But I think the key thing, and this is actually the thing I'd like to get to the council, is that as long as interoperability is the key, we just want to be able to basically have a system that's simple, that's reliable, and that it works.
Thank you. Mr. Turner?
Mrs. Tonner has a statement for the AIC, but I just take the opportunity to disclose to the committee that a couple of members of my family own a very small number of PEXA shares, and I also sit on the PEXA advisory board, for which I receive no fee and no reward.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Ms. Tonner?
I disclose nothing.
Sure.
I have nothing. AIC New South Wales has been involved in and continues, as with the Law Society of New South Wales, to be involved in various committees that have assisted in the development and maintenance of the New South Wales e-conveyancing system. AIC New South Wales welcomes and thanks the committee for the opportunity to contribute to this inquiry into competition reforms in electronic conveyancing. Since 1989, AIC New South Wales, formerly known as the Association of Property Conveyancers, represents the New South Wales conveyancing profession. The New South Wales e-conveyancing system mandates that all real property and some personal property transactions or dealings require recording or registration on the New South Wales Land Register. Consequently, e-conveyancing is an essential part of the work performed by New South Wales licensed conveyancers. Unlike other jurisdictions where settlement and conveyancing agents are expressly prohibited from engaging in legal practice and giving legal advice, conveyancers in New South Wales engage in legal practice as defined in the Legal Professions Uniform Law New South Wales Act and give legal advice in a core area of high-value legal work. Unfortunately, the anomaly of the two regulatory structures of conveyancers and solicitors for the same legal work in New South Wales has created, as warned by the Legal Services Commissioner of New South Wales and others, unequal and uncompetitive outcomes for consumers and practitioners in the New South Wales conveyancing and e-conveyancing system. The New South Wales conveyancing and e-conveyancing system, as the Law Society has expressed, is not a level playing field, and consequently the Conveyancers Licensing Act requires reform. That said, AIC New South Wales agrees and welcomes equal and fair competition across all aspects of conveyancing and the e-conveyancing system in New South Wales. However, the New South Wales Land Register, under the Torrens system of land registration, not only records a wide variety of interests over New South Wales lands, it does so on the paramount principle of indefeasibility. Indefeasibility is backed by the New South Wales Government, and confidence in that paramount principle of indefeasibility cannot and must not be compromised. Any compromise will quickly result in a public loss of confidence in the New South Wales Register of Land and the administration of property and conveyancing laws in New South Wales. AIC New South Wales is conscious that the e-conveyancing system and any move to an interoperability model is, like the Torrens land registration system, a world first. Consequently, any competition must be delivered with the paramount assurance of indefeasibility above that of any economic gain. In addition, and with regard to electronic node operator systems, the scope of work must be consistent across the entire e-conveyancing system. Complexities of a bilateral interoperable system have, as is now apparent, been misunderstood and underestimated. Indeed, one could ask, in the pursuit of competition, why not have two competitive land registers or two private companies competing for the administration of the New South Wales Land Register? Whatever the answer to those questions may be, many of the issues ranging from jurisdictional copyright of software, economic advantage against risk to the principle of indefeasibility and regulatory responsibilities of financial transactions appear, after some 6 years, to still be unclear or unresolved. In that respect, AIC New South Wales welcomes this inquiry into the New South Wales e-conveyancing system in the hope that these problems will be resolved.
Thank you. Mr. Farrell, did you have anything further to add?
No, Philip's spoken for the Law Council, so.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, Given your background and positions, we might kick off with questions from our own resident barrister, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Just listening to those opening statements, is it fair to say that in summary, everybody wants competition because competition's really helpful. It's unhelpful having a monopoly there. The previous government privatised PEXA, and that's the situation that we're in. But this is something that the state can't resolve on its own because of these other issues over the IP, which only the Commonwealth can regulate, the way that the banks behave, which is something only the Commonwealth can regulate, and really the state's got an ability to do something at the pointy end of the process, which is the settlement, but without solving those other issues or working with the Commonwealth, we can't really fix this problem, can we?
So there is a solution. The LNOs operate under a licence from each state's registrar. There's no impediment to the registrar saying to any LNO, we're not renewing your licence if you don't share in the public interest the protocols over which you claim IP. If you want to renew your licence next year, hand them over. So, that's being a bit bold, isn't it? But where I'm coming from as the Law Council is, we're there to look after the interests of all the legal practitioners and explore all possible avenues, and to the extent to which New South Wales has power practically to make something happen, that could happen. Whether for policy reasons it would want to do something like that, whether ARNAC has the bluntly intestinal fortitude to do something like that. It's a bit like lots of regulation. You could take away a TV station's licence or a radio station's licence. No one's actually done that.
It'd be a pretty drastic step.
Yeah, exactly. And what are you going to do? You take away PEXA's licence.
What if nobody's licensed?
Precisely. So
that's the risk of that approach.
Exactly. But all I'm saying is it needs a creative approach. If you could get an IP exemption, is there something else that the banks are saying is an impediment? I mean, there is an investment, obviously. They're now going to deal with two people instead of one. From their point of view, it's a hassle. Why should they? They're not. I don't think the banks have ever claimed to be altruistic.
They're not short of a quid either.
But for example, there's no reason land titles are, well, it's privatised now, but say state revenue ought to be very clear and, if necessary, directed to put in place an independent connection with Simply. So at least if, for example, there's an outage on the connection between PEXA and state revenue, and there was an alternative pathway,
there's a backup
that would prevent that transaction not completing on the day, that's a little increment of removal of the problem. You'd need to do that for the banks, for Land Titles Office, so that's at that level. And then you've got to remember the other element of interoperability is the sharing of information between the LNOs themselves. So if you imagine, essentially it's based on an XML schema. I don't want to get too technical, but think of it as a form that gets filled in with various fields. So you'll have, the property identifier, the name of the parties, the purchase price, all the information needed to complete the transaction. And it will go on to include, for example, on the vendor side, who has to pay out the council rates and the water rates and all, where all the disbursements go. That's all put into the moment what's called the workspace. With one LNO, it's easy. They control everything and it doesn't have to go anywhere. With interoperability, if you've got one LNO and the other party solicitor has a different LNO, they have to effectively mirror that information to each other so that if something were to happen, either could complete the transaction. So they've got to have the information from the party they don't represent in their database to be able to go forward and complete the transaction. So that's also needed to happen, and I think there's some impediments around competitors exchanging protocols to deal with that, but it's not insurmountable. So again,
But equally, it would require, some of the things you've spoken about. For example, the Commonwealth dealing with the IP issues, or forcing the banks to regulate some of those other transactions that might be there before you get to that final point of the settlement, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and I don't want to say it's trivial. I mean, there are significant policy issues in, for example, saying you're going to carve out copyright for something like this, but if you say, well, it's in the national interest and we think it's important, well, it is a policy issue, but it's testing their solution. Whether anyone wants to implement it, it's not for me to say. I can simply point out where I see the blocks and how they could theoretically at least be removed.
Thanks.
Susan Carter.
Thank you all for being here. This is a general question, happy for anybody who feels able to answer it. We're exploring interoperability, and we heard evidence this morning from people involved in the conveyancing industry that interoperability may not be the answer that we think it is when a platform falls over, because if a transaction is halfway through on one platform and that platform falls over, it's not a practical suggestion to say move it to another platform. Do you have any comments about that evidence that we heard?
I would have thought that my understanding of the way it should work is that there is a hub and there's not two separate. There's a hub of one workspace for a matter.
Mm-hmm.
If a conveyancer is acting for a purchaser, they can do that through Simply, which is connected to the hub workspace. They can invite their bank through Simply to that workspace. Other people might access it and invite people through their PEXA workspace. But ultimately, there's one hub model, and it would work through that way. That's, to me, the most efficient and probably the way forward without having two separate platforms to do settlements. I don't see the need for that,
Mm-hmm.
and I think that just causes more issues like you raised, rather than having something where they can work together. Ultimately, from my standpoint, I want to keep working in one model.
Mm-hmm.
I've got the choice. I've got the competition. I've got the choice to use one or the other. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I want one workspace, and that workspace is going to settle my matter for my client.
And given the developments in the area to date, is that one workspace model currently achievable, or would it require significant change to the LNOs that are currently available?
I think, and I might have to refer to you, Dale, but I think that it's a matter of whether PEXA would allow Simply to create work in there. I mean, essentially the foundation would be the PEXA platform, and maybe Simply would have to use the same kind of technology to be able to work and work in that hub. I don't think that PEXA want to do that, but I don't care. Like competition, I don't care. At the end of the day, there should be competition. So long as at all times my industry and my client is protected. I don't want to hear it's too hard by a bank. I don't want to hear that. It's much harder. It was much harder for us to learn and to be on e-conveyancing. And we did it, and we were forced to do it, and it was mandated. So I think it's only a matter of time that this was going to happen, and in the next 10 years we might find another 2 or 3 people that want to come in and compete in this space as well.
So if I'm understanding what you're saying is that the PEXA model could be that workspace, but it would require perhaps picking up some of Mr. Argy's comments, some copyright licensing or some other compensation to PEXA for their development of their technology, but access to other people to use that workspace. Is that perhaps what you're suggesting?
I think, yes. The way I look at it is that, Telstra lines And then whereas competitors came in, they used the Telstra lines, but you had the choice of either using Telstra, Vodafone, Optus.
Yeah. Mr. Turner, do you have something to add to that?
Yes, I was going to say that I understand that in the as part of the review through ARNEC, they are going to re-examine the different models, the bilateral model and the hub model. But there are some kind of practical consequences in just imagining that if one system goes down, you can automatically the other system automatically takes over. I just, from a coalface practical point of view, can't see that happening. There also might be some kinds of problems where if the system goes down and the process of settlement has begun and that workspace is locked down and then somebody lodges a caveat from another interoperable system, then that caveat's going to prevent the registration most likely of that transfer, and that is absolutely devastating.
Yeah.
I don't know how that can be dealt with technologically, but I just see that as one small but very practical consideration.
The beauty about e-conveyancing is that we don't have timeframes to settle like we used to on paper. We could settle, if something went down, we could still be settling at 8 o'clock at night and could still get done. I think that's happened once in the time we've been on PEXA. If there's delays, it's 90% of the time the delay is the bank, and it gets fixed and we may be delayed 3, 4, 5 hours, but it will get settled. We can continue to settle after 5 o'clock. It's terrible for the client because they're outside waiting to move in, but we can still get it settled where previously with paper, if it hadn't settled by 4, that was it. It was moved to the next day.
While we're on that, how often do you find that that's the case, where you do have clients left
Every
waiting?
day.
Every day.
The banks, when we went on to e-conveyancing, and I've been around a long time, so you've got to understand, I was very scared about e-conveyancing. I was used to a certificate of title and bank checks, and seeing a title, I wouldn't hand over checks without seeing a physical title. So it took this old bird a long time to get her head around it. The great thing is I get paid instantly and I don't have to wait for checks to clear. So that's been great for cash flow. But paper, you set a time for settlement, 2 o'clock. Everyone turned up at settlement at 2 o'clock and it happened. If it didn't settle for any reason, someone had to go run down the street, pick up, change a bank check, come back, it would settle at 3. The attitude of the banks on e-conveyancing is it will settle at some point that day. We now have CBA for probably the last 6 months or so get invited to the workspace, whether they're discharging or incoming, and automatically move the settlement to 3 p.m. And I'm at a loss as to why CBA cannot provide funds before 3 p.m, other than it's an internal thing for them. For their customer, that means that they are outside waiting to move in with their removalists paying hourly fees, childcare fees, loss of work, whatever it is, until the bank will settle. Now, a lot of banks will say we won't have funding till after 2. So majority of them, now that applied for ING, for example, when we had paper settlements. I am at a loss as to how banks in 2025 still can't get funding to be able to settle a matter at 12 o'clock. We're not saying 9 o'clock, we're saying 12 o'clock. And they're automatically moving them to the afternoon. I just think that's lazy. They're just got this attitude that now it's electronic, they can do it at any point of the day without considering the client.
May I make a suggestion as to what might go some way to resolving that problem? We do have model operating rules. The model operating rules in New South Wales are administered by the New South Wales Registrar General's Office. However, those model operating rules are merely rules. They're not professional standards, and that there's no enforcement provision against subscribers that don't comply with the model operating rules. And until there is some kind of enforcement provisions ensuring that there's a penalty if those subscribers, whether they be banks or conveyancers or lawyers, comply with those model operating rules, well, that problem is going to continue. But the banks are the worst offenders by a long way.
Long way.
Thank you. I'm very glad for that contribution. Mr. Fang.
Thank you. You might be able to assist me here. I've had a look at the legislation, and so the Electronic Conveyancing Adoption of National Law Act 18A says the LNO is required to establish and maintain interoperability. Part 1 specifies some of the rules around that. Part 2 says the registrar may waive compliance with the interoperability requirements if the registrar is satisfied that granting the waiver is necessary in circumstances. So in those circumstances, where we've got an LNO that's not, operating under the Act that says there must be interoperability, the registrar is effectively signing off on that interoperability because they realise, as my colleague indicated, that if we were to shut down the only e-conveyancing organisation, that we'd all be going back to paper and titles and cheques. That would be the result. Is it the case that if we're going to enforce this to happen, we may actually have to have the registrar say to PEXA, we're going to shut you down in New South Wales. We're going to force this interoperability to occur, and until that, if that doesn't happen, well, then we're going to go back to paper and cheques and titles, and they'll miss out on that 80% of what did you say, $300 million, Chair? 80% profit margin on $300 million until such time as everyone gets there on the same page. Is that something that we might have to do as a state to get this sorted out?
So both LNOs are currently operating under that waiver.
Yeah,
So
I mean, this has to go across the board.
So at the stroke of a pen, the waiver could be not granted in future, but as you said, the consequences are, because e-conveyancing is mandatory, there's no alternative.
But as we heard today, Commonwealth Bank owns, 1/4 of PEXA. Now, if they're going to miss out on that, 1/4 of 80% of $300 million, which if that's their profit margin, that's a fair hit to their bottom line. They'll want to get this interoperability question sorted quickly, won't they?
They might think that they can win any competition between the political intestinal fortitude and commercial intestinal fortitude to have that contingency happen.
Mr. Feng, sorry, I was just going to say the economic consequences of doing that, of hundreds of millions of dollars literally going through that system every day, as opposed to $300 million, makes the $300 million really insignificant. It's a huge figure, but that's the kind of context that we're talking about here.
No, I appreciate that, but it may be that we have to go through the pain to get everyone on the same page for a little while. Do you think it might have to come to that?
I certainly would hope
what would
not.
be the? Hey?
I certainly would hope not.
You'd hope not. No. So but is that a reasonable outcome if we can't get everyone on the same page? The government's committed that this is going to occur by next month. Are we at the point now where people buying houses in January better plan to be going down to the bank to get bank checks?
Well, they're probably not going to settle until March if you do that.
It's not practical with respect. I mean, it's technically an option, as I said earlier, but
it's the nuclear option, should we call it?
It's certainly the nuclear option, but
Right.
who gets hurt?
That's why it's appealing.
Mums and dads buying their houses.
But why? They'll still. I mean, to me, it's more likely going to be the people operating the transactions until such time as everybody gets on the same page. The mums and dads will still get their houses, won't they?
But this is what frustrates me as a conveyancer, because we're talking about the profits that conveyancers would. We live off the smell of an oily rag. We don't have anything like that in our businesses. We are forced to charge fees a lot less than for the work we do. We are actively trying to change that. But when I say I don't care if it's too hard, it's got to happen. We've got to sit at a table and start finding the solution to make this work. Because quite frankly, I don't want to hear about them losing some off their 80% profit when for years I had no profit through COVID and post-COVID. No. At the end of the day, they are providing something, and it is a business, but it's not about them making money. this system is about conveyancing and defeasibility and the purchase and sale of real estate.
If you did that, most of the young lawyers and conveyancers wouldn't know how to operate in the paper system.
Yeah, true.
Good point, good point. And meanwhile, I'm advised PEXA are making about $1.8 million in profit every day or thereabouts. Mr. Banasiak, you have a final round of questioning?
Yeah, sure. Just to you, Mr. Hardy, you spoke about in your opening statement about RNEC not necessarily being the best regulator. Is it your view that we should throw the baby out with the bathwater and set up a new regulator, or should we try and whip RNEC into shape? Because you said that they've been given this huge remit, but they're not really acting to their full potential. So do we give it to someone else, or do we whip them into shape? And if we do give it to someone else, who would that be? Please don't say the actual
the two options are to graft onto RNEC the additional wherewithal to cover the things that they don't have expertise in, such as a lot of the technical issues, intellectual property issues, so that they have the internal expertise to be able to regulate in a fully informed way. The other option it would be all the states and territories agree to give power to the Commonwealth Parliament to have some specific, for example, a federal e-conveyancing national law which has constitutional power to deal with all these issues. So these aren't trivial solutions, but they're technically and theoretical options. Can I just quickly, with your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, pick up my colleague's reference to hub? Word hub's used in two quite different senses. When we had some technical working groups looking at how connections would occur between LNOs and Land Titles Office, State Revenue and all of that, there was the potential for 2, 3, 4 more LNOs. And in that context, it was regarded as impractical for each LNO to have its own connection with each of those places. So it was decided that, well, for the time being, PEX is the only one, so they can effectively have a private connection. If one more comes on, it's probably okay if they have their own as well, because there's only 2. But if you go beyond that, a better solution is to now have an independently operated communications hub, maybe government operated, to which all LNOs would connect. And then that operator would put in place preferably 2, maybe even 3 connections to everybody and be able to use whichever one was working at the time. So that's the original conception of a hub. Hub in the sense of a common workspace is not currently in place, and we would absolutely not support that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hardy. Thank you all for your time today, the evidence. I don't believe any questions were taken on notice, but if there is anything to follow up, Secretariat will be in touch. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll now head off to morning tea. Mr.
Well,
Evans.
There's limits.
Thank you for making time today to give evidence. Would you mind stating your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or affirmation in front of you?
Certainly. Craig Evans, Head of Economic Policy at the Australian Banking Association, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to make an opening statement?
I would, Chair. Thank you.
Great.
So thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of the Australian Banking Association and on behalf of our members. The ABA represents 20 ADIs from across Australia, including the 4 major banks, regional banks and international banks with an Australian banking licence. The ABA welcomes this inquiry and appreciates the chance to contribute to the committee's consideration of competition reforms in e-conveyancing. The banking industry is strongly supportive of e-conveyancing. Digital settlements have been a major innovation, reducing delays and delivering real benefits across the property ecosystem. At its simplest, e-conveyancing replaces paper files and couriers with a secure digital process that brings together the 2 major steps in a property transaction: the transfer of funds between the buyer and seller, and the updating of property ownership and mortgages on state land title registers. What used to take days can now be completed in minutes, and this innovation has reduced fraud, improved compliance, and increased the chances that Australians will settle on time and move into their homes when expected. Our members have worked closely with state and territory governments to expand digital transactions and increase national consistency. However, because land and property law is state-based, inconsistencies across jurisdictions continue to impair efficiency. While there is a clear opportunity for the Commonwealth to play a stronger role in driving harmonisation, we would also welcome consideration of how the New South Wales Government can play a role in working towards a nationally consistent e-conveyancing regulatory framework. A nationally consistent framework would reduce complexity, improve efficiency, and ensure reforms deliver lasting benefits to all Australians, including the people of New South Wales. At its heart, reform in e-conveyancing should be judged by its ability to support timely settlements, minimise risk, and provide certainty for home buyers. So since 2019, the ABA has actively participated in government processes to introduce competition through interoperability. Our members have invested significant time and resources in workshops, industry panels and state inquiries, and provided ongoing feedback to ARNEC on the functional requirements that must be met for the program to succeed. But our support has always been conditional. We would only support interoperability if the issues we have consistently raised from the beginning are addressed, namely that any new framework must be functionally equivalent to the current process, must not introduce new risks to on-time settlement, and must not degrade the customer experience. Despite 6 years of engagement and investment, these core concerns remain unresolved, particularly around functionality, integration, and settlement reliability. These are not theoretical risks. The success of e-conveyancing has been built on deep integration and automation, which has underpinned the strong performance that we've seen. We therefore welcome ARNEC's decision to pause the program and initiate a review, alongside a second cost-benefit analysis. These processes provide a vital opportunity to determine whether interoperability can deliver on its promise and to resolve the issues that we consistently highlighted. We look forward to seeing the results of these important reviews to help guide the path forward, and I'm very happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bonasiak, you have...
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. But obviously, I chaired the initial inquiry into the bill that started. Yeah, sorry. I chaired the initial inquiry into the original bill that kicked all this off, and obviously the ABA appeared and its members participated as well, and you're all very hot to trot. There didn't seem to be any sort of conditions placed on that excitement about the process. So I'd say, what's changed since that inquiry to form your view that there's concerns around functional equivalence?
Well, we've always had the concern that we do not want to see a step back in the success of e-conveyancing and a decline in the amount of settlements and the safely and efficient process in doing that. And we've always had a concern that the scope of what e-conveyancing was looking at was limited initially just to the actual title transfer and not to the financial or the fund settlement aspects of it. And until you had a kind of united process that considered both the settlement of the title as well as settlement of funds, you could not necessarily achieve the outcomes that we got. So the goal of interoperability we have always supported, but we've always made sure that we want to see that, provided we don't see any degradation in the consumer experience.
Okay, so have you seen or experienced Simply's model working firsthand? And if you have, where are the deficiencies in ABA's views in that system?
So the ABA does not enter into any transactions. We don't have relationships with PEXA, or Simply our member banks have those relationships.
So your member banks, have your member banks seen Simply's process or application or program in action, and what are their specific concerns around functional equivalence?
Well, the concerns are around the process of interoperability. It's the concerns about whether or not, since e-conveyancing has come in, banks have worked closely with the incumbent PEXA to deliver a lot of processes, systems and triggers that have allowed them to put in place systems to meet electronic conveyancing and settlement of documents when they occur. What we want to ensure, and that has seen to an increase in the amount of settlements that are occurring without any issues and on time. So those improvements have come through e-conveyancing. The concerns that our members have is that unless those systems that we have built up through working with PEXA are not replicated when using with Simply, then we will not have the equivalent experience. There may be a greater risk of failure.
Okay, so I just want to press you further in terms of specificity. Like you've given a surface level. What is it in Simply's experience and system that isn't equivalent to PEXA in terms of delivering that? What's missing? I guess specifically, what is missing in their product?
Well, these questions will be covered by the functional requirements review that ARNEC is looking into. But essentially, there are other, triggers and systems that are put in place by banks that they get the warning through.
But your banks, your associated members have put out this concern that there isn't functional equivalence, so they must know what they've told the mob that are doing this review. They must have provided input to that review. I'm asking what is their specific concerns about Simply's product?
Well, they are those. It's not the. Well, sorry, shall we say? I'm not an expert in what the products are. What the actual specifics are. Those are matters for individual banks who have been working closely with Simply and with the reviewers. They have been all put in those issues and have been raised throughout that review, and that will be the process to outline what those concerns are.
Are you able to go away and take it on notice and get back information from your members about what some specific concerns are?
To the extent that we will be able to answer those questions, very happy to.
Thank you.
Ms. Boyd has some questions online. Have a go.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning. I think there's a little bit of confusion over what interoperability is and what the problem is with bringing on multiple entrants. So could we just drill down into sort of the process? My understanding is that CBA, who is now quite a large shareholder in PEXA, was involved in developing, when e-conveyancing first came in, making sure that link with the banks was tight and secure and it did everything it needs to do. My understanding, and I'm asking you to correct me if I'm wrong, is that what a new entrant now has the option of doing is either reinventing the wheel, so going through that day one process again with banks that perhaps have no incentive to do that with them, or to simply take what's been done with PEXA and replicate that across. And my understanding is PEXA's not willing to give that across. Is that the heart of the issue here?
Essentially, on the second part of your question, yes. Essentially, the issue is those systems have been built up in terms of working with the incumbent or with PEXA, and that has made the system for banks a very successful one in terms of reaching their targets and making sure that settlement occurs in a safe, efficient way. Now, in terms of how that can be delivered via Simply or via an alternative ELNO, yes, essentially, we want to ensure that there is functional equivalence, that those same processes are in place, because that has led to an increased customer experience. It's led to banks being able to do things in a way that is ensured that all of these settlements are occurring on time, and we want to maintain that same level of standards. As to how that can be delivered, that's what the functional requirements review that ARNEC has undertaken is looking into.
Right. So basically, I mean, it makes perfect sort of financial sense. If you're a bank at day one, before e-conveyancing is live, and you're interested in making sure that transactions work, there's plenty of incentive to engage with PEXA to develop that system in the first place. But when it comes to what incentive the banks then have to help a new entrant in, there's no real financial kind of motivation. So what needs to happen, I guess, in order for, if PEXA doesn't just give across that technology, what needs to happen for the banks to want to participate?
I mean, in terms of, in some ways, irrespective of any financial considerations, there's that what we are primarily concerned about is that there's not a decline in settlement rates, that there's not a degradation in the consumer experience. So what we want to see certainty of is, through that functional requirements review, the technical experts that are being engaged, confidence that if interoperability were to be implemented, that it would be safe, efficient and effective, that there would not be a decline in the consumer experience. That is ultimately what we want to see, and that's why we're very much looking forward to the results of that review.
So from the bank's perspective, if PEXA just handed over the code to new entrants, you'd be indifferent as to...
If it led to the same experiences as current and the same consumer outcomes, that is fine. We support competition, it's just we want to make sure that it works.
Yes, and sorry, final question then is, if PEXA doesn't hand it over and they're not made to, I'm asking you to sort of maybe go against the interests of your members, but is the answer then for Parliament to legislate for banks to just have to prepare or have to do this with each entrant?
Well, in some ways I want to take a bit of a step back on that question, in the sense of what is the ultimate aim of interoperability and ultimately competition? It's an improved consumer experience. What we have said is, if that path cannot be delivered through interoperability, there are alternative ways that you could look at improving consumer experience. That might involve enhanced regulation, it might involve PEXA, it could involve other things. So what we want to kind of say is take a step back. What do we want to achieve, which is a better consumer outcome through the process, and is interoperability the best way of delivering it? It may be, if it can be delivered in a safe, effective way, but if that can't be delivered in a safe, efficient and effective way, then we think the risk of settlement failures and other concerns would actually not outweigh any benefits caused by interoperability.
But if it is the best, I guess put it aside as a whether or not that's your opinion, but if interoperability is what we want to get towards, if you put yourself in our position as regulators, or as legislators, are our levers really to either make PEXA share their code, or make the banks come to the table and do this process with every single new entrant?
Just to come back to the first aspect of your question, I mean, it's not personal opinion of the banks. We want to see what the functional requirements review says as to whether or not it's the best way to achieve that. But in terms of what, my understanding is that the New South Wales government currently has powers to be able to, compel LNOs to act in a way consistent with interoperability. They've chosen not to use that, or have not used it so far. So, it is a matter for government as to what they want to do. But what we would want to encourage, that any decisions are taken in the full context of not leading to an increase in settlement failures, not leading to worse consumer outcomes, and very aware of what the costs of any of those actions would be.
So it seems easily solvable then by us just using our lever to make PEXA do the thing.
I'm not an IP lawyer. I'm not there might be, I'm sure you could ask PEXA or others later on today, and they might give different views as to whether or not there are costs involved with that action. So that's not a matter for me to be involved in.
Thank you. You've mentioned a few times, and particularly in your opening statement, Mr. Evans, about functionality. Are you able to just expand, for the benefit of members, what kind of functionality does PEXA have through the bank's eyes, through your members' eyes, that isn't being met by anyone else?
Well, so I suppose one of the key factors, as I said before, that has enabled banks to complete many e-conveyancing transactions and settlements without delay is the degree to which bank platforms have been tightly integrated with the user interface features and triggers that PECs have developed over the years. And banks' close system integration with these additional functionalities has greatly supported managing and preparing a large number of transactions in a timely manner. Now, I think, I believe PECs are, at least in their submission to the Senate inquiry into these issues, did outline some of the functionalities that have been listed there, such as auto balance, and there are some of the features that have been put in place there, and I think that probably would give a better coverage of some of those functionalities in specifics than I would be able to. But essentially our position is that IAP must result in an equal or higher standard of service for customers, and again, that whatever has been developed by PEXA and bank systems have been designed to deliver to that high standard is a functional equivalent as will be provided by any alternative LNO.
Okay, thank you. And this hasn't been brought up as yet, but have you explored in your role the possibility of blockchain being implemented in the future in this sort of a process?
I don't believe so,
Okay.
not the ABA.
Alrighty.
Now, there may have, I can't speak on behalf of all members, but not the ABA.
No, that's understood. What would be the view of the ABA should there be a multi-day outage with the current PEXA platform? Because we heard from witnesses, conveyancers this morning, and we've heard through submissions that basically a lot of conveyancers are very happy that they don't have to deal with paper and checks anymore. So they're happy with PEXA, and it seems to me like they're concerned with any real change. There's always reluctance to change. But do we not have a risk at the moment where there's really one large player that almost all conveyancers are signed up to? What should happen if that domino were to fall?
There's a few issues in that. I mean, essentially banks deal with single points of failure across a whole range of not just in property settlements, but an entire range of things. And we have processes and contingencies in place to be able to respond to outages in certain cases. Now, my understanding is that there have been very few outages of any substantial time so far through the PEXA process. And again, sometimes the outages that occur are not necessarily the PEXA systems, but they are from related or other parties to the system. My also understanding is that PEXA is covered by the Security of Critical Information Act and has some responsibilities in terms of ensuring that they meet standards and are able to get up and running or limit downtime under that act. And I think we have confidence and faith that if you're covered by the SOCI Act, that there is an ability to respond.
Thank you. And one last question from me before I hand over to the opposition for questions. Has the ABA received any legal letters from PEXA in regards to its IP?
No, we have not.
Are you aware of member banks that have?
I am aware of that. I believe some of those might have been, or once those might have been included in some of the submissions that have been put forward this inquiry and also to the Senate inquiry.
Thank you. Mr. Fang?
Thank you. Mr. Evans, in your opening statement, you indicated that I guess the support for interoperability was contingent on the fact that the member banks of yours would not like to see a change in the functionality and the customer service experience. Is that correct?
Well, that it's contingent on functional equivalency being maintained in a safe way, yes.
Yes. Ms. Abigail Boyd asked you about the levers that we can potentially pull. She indicated that there may be a circumstance where the Parliament has to enforce the competition aspects with the banks. If that's the case, and we indicate that we require your member banks to interface with other players other than PEXA, regardless of how that interface works, and the Parliament legislates that way, your members will comply with the legislation.
Well, our members will always strive to work within, well, will work within legislative requirements. I assume you're referring to the IP issues. I'm just not sure.
Well, no, I guess what I'm saying is that in circumstances where PEXA may claim that they have IP ownership over the interface that's currently in place between the banks and their system, and in circumstances where that's refused access to other players, the Parliament may require that the banks interface with another player in the e-conveyancing space, regardless of how their interface works. And if it's legislated, your members will comply. That is correct, isn't it?
Well, we will always comply with legislative requirements. Although, if I might, Mr. Fang, just point out.
Did you just say Wang?
Sorry, I saw Wes. I saw Wes.
Twice in a week.
I was going to say
That's
Mr.
twice in a
Wes
week.
Fang. Sorry, my apologies.
Go ahead,
But essentially,
Wednesday.
No, I know. It happened on Monday too.
sorry, I do wonder why you would legislate additional requirements or look to legislate additional requirements on any other player when the existing law already has the power to compel that from existing LNOs.
I guess the reason I'm asking the questions is because at the moment it just seems like there are a lot of children in a big cot and we can't get them to play nicely together. So in circumstances where the kids aren't playing nicely, perhaps the Parliament needs to come in and start wielding a big spoon and making everyone play nicely. And at the moment, given that we've got all these little factional issues that are occurring and we can't get people to play nicely, that may be what we have to do. Well, no, thank you, Mr. Donnelly. Your
Ignore the
your
interjection.
factions are
Ignore the
just as bad.
interjection.
So, Mr. Evans, I guess what I'm seeking to understand, and I've put the nuclear question to a number of other witnesses today, is that how far do we have to go before we're going to see competition in this space, given that it's legislated at the moment? We've indicated as far back as 2018 that the New South Wales government, through either Labor or the coalition in government, have indicated that we want competition in this space. How long is it going to take? What is it that it's going to take this Parliament to get everyone to play nicely? Are we going to have to wield the big stick and make sure that it hurts? Or are you going to start to all play nicely together? And you're going to encourage your members to do likewise.
Well, I would note that one of the reviews that ARNEC is currently undertaking is into the governance of the regulatory framework, and we would obviously want to see what the results of that review is in terms of whether there are improvements that could be made to the regulatory framework. Again, the other thing I would do is, as I had said earlier, is kind of take a step back. You want to make sure that any changes that are considered are not adding additional costs into the system and that are actually driving benefits for consumers. So, I think I did catch a bit of the previous section in terms of the nuclear option as you outlined, and that would have significant decline in the experience for consumers, and we would not think that that would be the best option in terms of driving things. And that's what.
Yep.
Sorry, please.
I was going to say, think of it like interest rates: short-term pain, long-term gain. Right?
Well, and again, I suppose that's why I would say, as I've said before, there are alternate measures to improving consumer outcomes other than interoperability.
7 years and we haven't been able to put everyone to play nicely together yet.
And essentially that's and I suppose part of the concerns is that one of the reasons it's taken 7 years is that resolving these issues are not simple matters, and that's why the functional requirements review that's simple.
No, but all of a sudden I suspect if we pulled the nuclear option that they'd be resolved pretty quickly.
I'm not sure that they would necessarily be resolved in a way that would lead...
Then I hope you've got lots of bank checks. Your members have lots of bank checks.
That would be resolved in a way that would lead to safe, effective and efficient property settlements.
Okay, thank you. Susan Carter.
Mr. Evans, I'm curious about page 6 of your submission where you refer to the transfer of technical and data standards from PEXA to NECDS Limited. Does that mean that NECDS Limited, or effectively the regulator, actually now has what's been referred to as the codes and could provide them to other operators in the field?
I have to admit I'm not a technical expert in this, but
yes.
The reason we raised in our submission is around the kind of transparency around pricing matters.
I understand that, but I guess what I'm really interested in is what's the effect of this transfer, and does this mean that PEXA have already provided the technical keys to their system to the regulator, in which case presumably the regulator could also provide those to other players to ensure interoperability?
I might need to take that on notice to make sure that I provide you with an accurate answer to that, and you might also follow up with PEXA and others later.
Yeah, no, if you could take it on notice, I'd be very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Evans, seems to me that really PEXA shouldn't have been privatised by the previous government without putting in place a competition framework ahead of that, but really dealt with interoperability and these other measures, but that horse is now bolted, so we're dealing with the monopoly in its position of power. Do we need national reforms to fix this problem? I mean, it seems as though the state can only go so far, but as other witnesses today have suggested, it also requires oversight of the financial settlement aspects of e-conveyancing. It may require the Commonwealth to do things in relation to intellectual property. So is it something that we could perhaps drive, but we also require a national framework, the Commonwealth, other states involved in sorting out how this works?
I would suggest that is one of the things that's most likely being considered by the governance review that ARNEC is undertaking. But look, you know, ultimately, this process has been going on for quite a number of years. Resources have been put into achieving interoperability, and I do wonder if, you know, taking a step back, if we were to try and go on a different path, how long will it take to go down that path as well? So if we were to take a step back and say, what other sort of ways could we try and design a regulatory framework to try and achieve interoperability, that is unlikely to be achieved in the near term. So that's part of the reason why.
What are the alternatives? I mean, should we just nationalise PEXA and regulate it?
I would probably assume that in terms of the intellectual property rights around that, the just compensation that would impose its own costs. That sort of thing would need to be investigated.
Great.
But in terms of you know, enhanced regulation, that is something that we've pointed out. You know, there are powers that state governments have, including New South Wales, that can be used to do enhanced regulation. That might be a better way of achieving better consumer outcomes in the absence of the functional requirements review finding that interoperability can be established.
Thanks.
I think the Premier's already committed to competition in this space, so that would be interesting.
Ms. Munro, you have...
Yes, I had a question. So you've helpfully provided a timeline, and particularly in the last year, there have been some changes to how that timeline has been rolling out. And you note that the ARNEC functional requirements review and the cost-benefit analysis was due to conclude in late October. We're past that now. Are you aware of where that review is up to?
So my understanding is that, ARNEC did put out a statement on this a couple of weeks ago. My understanding is that they will be receiving the reports in November. I think that it was made clear there, and that they did not at that time make a commitment to release those reports, but I believe they did suggest that they will be doing some additional consultation with stakeholders at that time. We are obviously very interested in finding out what the results of those reviews are, and because, you know, they will provide the next steps on what might be necessary to achieve interoperability, or might provide a greater picture of how easy/difficult it might be to do that, and so we obviously want to see what that has got to say, and also the cost-benefit analysis as well.
So has ARNEC reached out to you since that statement with any sort of future timeline around further stakeholder engagement?
No, not to the best of my knowledge.
Do you expect that they will reach out to you as a key stakeholder?
I would hope that if they are conducting additional stakeholder consultation, that we will find, or we or our members will be provided with an update on where that is, but we have not received any guidance as of yet.
And have your members expressed any concerns about the funding that ARNEC has, where it comes from, or the level of funding, whether it's adequate or not?
So this was a matter that was discussed, I think, at the Senate inquiry recently. I don't think we have a position on that. This is a matter for governments, but, you know, obviously a fully resourced and effective ARNEC would be a good outcome.
So your members haven't expressed a particular view about whether they think ARNEC is adequately resourced for their engagement?
I do not believe so, but I can check to see whether or not there's been any public statements on that.
Thank you.
So sorry, I'll just ask one.
Eileen McDonald.
Thank you. In your submission, you say settlements may fail under interoperability. I was just wondering, what evidence do you have that settlements would fail, and where has that evidence come from? That's a good question.
So my understanding is that our members, well, this has come from feedback from our members. Their view is that there will be increased risks of failure because of that, and that there is an increased chance of, if the systems are not put in place as they currently are under a new system, that different flags will not necessarily be met, different systems will not be set, and therefore some of the steps that we need to take to ensure that things are occurring on time would not be taken if they're not designed in the same way.
So do you have, or was it just verbally conveyed to you, this evidence, or has it been supplied to you in writing from your members, or and where did they get the for their evidence that they've
So that was conveyed to us through the ABA, but in terms of how they form those opinions, in some ways that is a question for the individual banks, not for the ABA.
Okay. I think that we've run out of time, haven't we?
We have, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Evans, for your
much.
time today and your answers. I do believe at least one question was taken on notice. The Secretariat will contact you in relation to those questions. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. White. Welcome. Thank you for making time today. Would you please state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or affirmation in front of you today?
So my name is Andy White. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Australian Payments Network, or AusPayNet for short, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence given now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And do you have an opening statement you'd like to make?
I do. I will keep it brief and then open up for questions. So as you hopefully know, we are the industry association and self-regulatory body for the Australian payments industry. We currently have more than 160 members, including financial institutions, non-banks, payment service providers, payment system operators like SWIFT, the NPP, MasterCard, Visa, and so on, major retailers like Coles and Woolworths, and financial technology companies, both big, so for example PayPal, Google, and small, so what would commonly be called paytechs or fintechs. The aspect of our role most relevant to this inquiry is that we manage and develop standards and guidelines governing payments in Australia. As an example of that, we set rules on card payments that bring together card schemes and financial institutions to ensure that those payments in Australia are secure, interoperable and accessible, and that we combat card fraud. Linked to that, following a request from the Council of Financial Regulators, we developed, with the support of the e-conveyancing industry, so that's both the LNOs and financial institutions, the e-conveyancing payments industry code in 2023. That code establishes a framework for self-regulation of the payment or financial settlement aspects of e-conveyancing transactions between LNOs and financial institutions. As an important aside, our remit doesn't extend to non-payment aspects of e-conveyancing or the broader market structure and competition issues that are the focus of this inquiry. That said, though, the New South Wales Government Productivity and Equality Commission's June 2024 e-conveyancing market study noted the code and that it provides regulations and operating procedures to ensure that all parties involved in e-conveyancing financial transactions have a common set of rules and mutually understood obligations. I won't go into the detail of that code now, but I'm more than happy to go where your questions take me if you'd like me to do so. For now, though, I'll note a couple of things about the code. The first is that it will apply to single LNO e-conveyancing transactions, so transactions through LNOs today, and later to multiple LNO transactions when interoperability is implemented. I'd also note that in late February 2025, ARNEC announced that LNOs would be required to obtain and maintain membership of the industry code. We use that as a trigger to open the industry code for membership to both LNOs and financial institutions following consultation with ARNEC and other significant stakeholders, including regulators such as the RBA and ACCC. We're now at the stage where LNOs and banks are joining the code as members, and we expect to have a first meeting of the management committee that will oversee the code before the end of this year. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Mr. White. We'll start with government members. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got one question, Mr. White. We heard evidence earlier from the Australian Institute of Conveyancers New South Wales branch, and they were saying that one of the biggest problems causing delays in settlement was the banks not following the code. And the example that was given was that the Commonwealth Bank just won't provide funding for a settlement before 3 p.m. What's done to enforce the code and those financial settlements are part of the whole settlement process?
So as I said in my opening remarks, the code is nascent in the sense that it isn't enforced yet, but we expect to have a first meeting of the management committee before the end of this year. The way that enforcement works will then be classic self-regulation between the members of that code, so that will include the LNOs and the financial institutions. So I'm not aware of that issue personally, but if that issue is occurring and is relevant to the operation of the code, then it would get raised through that management committee and dealt with there.
But at the moment, it's just voluntary compliance. There's no enforcement mechanism at all.
Well, it's not even that yet, because the code isn't stood up until that management committee meets for the first time.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Opposition members, questions?
I could do
Elaine
that.
McDonald.
Thank you. I was just wondering, how does the e-conveyancing payments industry code ensure systems resilience, during payment outages or errors?
Yeah, so there's a link between that and the wider work that we do around payments resilience. So we operate what we call incident calls and crisis calls for industry whenever we see a payment system out. So that relates to the actual payment systems that the transactions are settled through. So whether that's cards or account-to-account payments like our BEX system or the MPP system. So we would call together those crisis calls. It's important to emphasise that doesn't cover wider resilience questions. So if, for example, there's an outage at an LNO, that isn't covered by those crisis calls. We're very focused in on the payment system. That said, another piece of work that we are currently leading relates to what we call the Industry Resilience Initiative. That feeds into another piece of work being led by the Council of Financial Regulators. And so that is at the moment focused on scenarios like bank outages and could potentially go to the kind of question that you're exploring in terms of wider system outages, but we're not there yet.
Sure. And with the code's readiness to support, say, interoperability, is it ready now? Like if someone said, yep, we're ready to go.
It is. So the way that we thought about that in the development of the code was twofold. So we effectively, so the code goes into elements such as messaging standards, the messages that transfer the payment itself. It goes into stake and payments. It goes into the security of the payment messages, etc. The way we thought about all of those concepts was that we grandfathered in connections that were currently being used by the industry today. So that is both the connections that financial institutions would have to PEXA and vice versa, and the connections that have been specified by Simply as well. So those were grandfathered. And then those specifications were also used as a basis for a minimum standard for other potential connections. So the committee would be aware of a third mooted LNO, for example. Were a third LNO to come into the market, then an option for them is to use the minimum standard specified in the code. At which point interoperability would be supported with the wider ecosystem. An important caveat for financial settlement for the payment aspect. I can't talk to wider e-conveyancing. So absolutely it would support interoperability. Another option for that potential third LNO would be that they have specifications that they use themselves, at which point we would need to update the code to support those specifications.
And are you testing the code at the moment with how are you ensuring that it does work?
So the way that the code has been developed has been through a pretty exhaustive set of collaboration with the financial institutions and the LNOs. So not system testing, if I can call it that. But what we have done is through the development made sure that those specifications work for all of the players. So we know that those specifications, as I say, either grandfather existing connections or set a minimum standard that can be used more universally.
So with that standard, will that enhance overall market fairness?
So we see it as supporting the competition aims within the limited remit that we're only here, as I said, talking about the payment or financial settlement aspect. But it certainly enables competition, and I mean that's true to our wider role in the payments industry. We don't step into the competitive domain, but what we do is standardise the collaborative domain, so that then any industry player can compete on that basis. That's really the benefit of setting those minimum standards. They can be exceeded if people can add competitive benefit to them, but the minimum standard ensures that competition is supported.
And do the standards, as far as you're aware, would they be interacting with enforcement powers of say the Register General or ARNEC?
So the reason that the Council of Financial Regulators asked us to set up the industry code was that there has traditionally, and I think the previous witness talked to the ARNEC governance review, so this may change the view in this space, but ARNEC had traditionally had the view that it didn't cover financial settlement, so there was if you like a regulatory gap. That's why we've created the code. But the beauty of what I described in my opening statement of ARNEC insisting that LNOs are members of the industry code is ultimately there's a sort of step up there. If an LNO isn't meeting its requirements under the code, then potentially we could raise that with ARNEC in due course. And it's important as well to mention the fact that more broadly from a payments perspective, we obviously work very closely with bodies like the Reserve Bank, so there's a potential step up in that regard as well.
And I just have one more question, and I'm thinking about small conveyancers or regional players. What do you think, say, the direct benefits would be for in the standardisation?
So I think, and this sort of almost goes back to your first question, which is a very good question in the way that we thought about the code. I mean, I think in an ideal world you would have everybody using the standard, so that then it becomes completely interoperable and everybody's on the same basis. I think practically we recognise the need pragmatically to grandfather the existing connections rather than try and move everybody to the standard in one hit. But that's the opportunity is that those players who I would note will predominantly be connecting indirectly anyway can benefit from that standard.
I do have one more question, sorry.
Of course, go for it.
I just wondered, do you think that the code's compliance framework should be recognised in legislation, or leave that alone?
I think we have everything that we need for the code to work today. The step that I outlined of ARNEC making membership of the code mandatory for LNOs was critical because it ensured that those, and as I said earlier, those LNOs are now joining AusPayNet as members, that they would be beholden to the code, and that there is enforceability via ARNEC if they don't meet the standards within the code. It also provided a trigger for financial institutions to join because otherwise they can't perform their role within the wider network because they're a connecting institution. Is the only way for them to process those payments. So that works from an ecosystem perspective. I don't think we really need anything beyond that from a legislative perspective.
Thank you.
And sorry, just to add, I think it could be a negative step to add it to legislation in the sense that you then hardwire something that at the moment is agile and can move as it needs to.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing, Mr. White. Just in relation to your members, we've heard evidence today that where there are outages, and they perhaps are multi-day outages, there's obviously an inability to transact. I imagine that a lot of your members would be, digital only in the way that they interact. So those multi-day outages, they would impact your members as well, wouldn't they?
They would from a financial transaction perspective,
yeah. Have they provided you any feedback in relation to the impacts to them when there are multi-day outages in the PEXA platform?
They haven't. I'm only aware of those outages from what I've read in
What would be the effects?
Well, it would be an impact on their customers ultimately, because obviously without the financial settlement aspect, then those conveyancing transactions can't go through. So, as I said earlier, I think if that is an issue, I would expect that to be raised in the management committee when it meets.
And in previous times where we didn't have e-conveyancing, and we heard from some of the people that were, I guess, in the paper realm of conveyancing transactions, they indicated that there were obviously bank checks that were being run around and the like. Where you've got digital-only members that have a digital-only presence, that would be almost impossible for them to operate. That'd be correct, wouldn't it?
That's correct. Excuse me, and I should point out as well that one of the programs of work that we're running at the moment is the orderly wind down of the cheque system, and there is a Commonwealth Government published timeline on that for the end of issuance of cheques in 2028 and acceptance of cheques by 2029. So the digital landscape that you describe is going to be the way forward, not just for e-conveyancing, but relevant to e-conveyancing.
Mm. So in circumstances then when where we would require, I guess, everyone to play nicely, as I've sort of mentioned previously, and that perhaps doesn't happen, and we end up with a circumstance where we have to go back to paper checks, paper titles, and people meeting in one room to transact properties. That would cut out a lot of your members' ability to actually engage in that space, would it not?
Well, if we fast forward to the end of checks in 2029, effectively there wouldn't be an option to go non-digital. So
if we're going to pull the trigger, you're saying we need to do it now while we've got checks still available, and we can force at least some people to do it the manual way.
Well, no, I'm not saying that.
No, I said that. I just yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is that you would need to consider if the view is that interoperability isn't going to work, then we would need to come up with another digital mechanism.
I know you said that we need to consider. I suspect that we're not the only ones that might need to consider that there might be a number of other players who might need to consider the nuclear option, that depending on how serious this committee and the Parliament decides that we need to take the matter.
Correct. I mean, this is not this is not an issue that AusPayNet gets involved in, but I'll give you my personal view for what it's worth. I think that there has been a view that interoperability is the way to go to get competition in the conveyancing market, and that competition is the policy objective. In the world you describe, that policy objective is threatened, and therefore you would need to rethink from that basis what's the new objective, what's the correct market structure.
Thank you.
Mr. Bonacier.
Thanks, Chair. But we've heard a lot when we've been discussing this issue around, I guess, concerns around resilience and potential outages and system failures if we allow another operator into the market. And that's really largely been quite vague, and no one can really pinpoint what is the deficiency in the potential competitors' interface that is causing that concern. Can you provide any clarity with regards to what are specific concerns around Simply's interface in terms of being deficient compared to PEXA, based on your working on the code?
No, unfortunately not. I mean, there are the reason that the industry code thinks about different specifications that need to be grandfathered is that some of those do differ between PEXA and Simply, but that's the limit of my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any government or opposition members have any lines of questioning for Mr. White? No? That being the case, thank you, Mr. White, for your time today.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. I don't think any questions have been taken on notice, but if so, the Secretariat will follow up with you.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, and thank you for making time to give evidence today. Could you please state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or affirmation in front of you?
My name is John Ahern. I'm the CEO of InfoTrack. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And Mr. Ahern, do you have an opening statement you'd like to give?
I do. Thank you, honourable members, for the opportunity to talk with you today. I have served as the CEO of InfoTrack for over 10 years, and InfoTrack has served the legal and conveyancing community in Australia for over 25 years. I represent today the shareholders of Simply. I'm happy to take questions on our submission. I would also like to table a number of documents, which I've already provided to the Secretariat, but some additional context for today. As we've stated and heard many times today, in property settlements in New South Wales due to government mandates, lawyers, conveyancers and banks have no choice but to use PEXA. With bipartisan support, competition through interoperability was legislated in New South Wales in 2022. And uniquely in Australia, New South Wales has enforcement powers and we have pricing powers. We have a very simple ask. We need the New South Wales Government to make good on its commitment to deliver competition with an enforceable date for interoperability. We've heard various times today, for background though, when government mandates came in 2017, the New South Wales Government created the PEXA monopoly. At that time, they mandated that banks, lawyers and conveyancers all needed to onboard, train and use the PEXA platform. I note at that time that the banks weren't talking about functional equivalency. The banks were shareholders. And in 2019, the ACCC market study determined that interoperability was the best way to deliver competition to the market. Now, as we love this industry, we saw the opportunity to deliver competition, and since then, our shareholders have invested $180 million to build a fully functional LNO. Yet today, if a lawyer or conveyancer decides they wish to use Simply to settle, they cannot do so because the other lawyer is already using PEXA and the banks will not accept invitations on Simply. Now we have the legislation, so why hasn't competition been delivered? PEXA have a long history of using IP claims as a delay tactic. A recent example, in 2023, PEXA wrote a letter to the New South Wales Government and ARNEC, their own regulator, threatening legal action if they continued the interoperability workshops. They also wrote to the banks claiming IP, and that led to the banks withdrawing from the reform. Now, interestingly, and I think this is very important, at that time PEXA proposed to government an alternative model called the ladder of investment. This model is best described as a PEXA wholesale model. At that time, the practitioner-first approach was conceived. That approach is a simple yet powerful initial step towards full interoperability. This would initially offer lawyers the choice of LNO, then proceed to the banks later, entirely avoiding regulation issues with the banks and delivering competition in a low-risk phased approach of interoperability. This is something that the New South Wales Government can execute on with the legislation and enforcement powers they have today. Now, PEXA's latest submission is disturbingly clear. They do not support any form of competition by interoperability. They disregard the ACCC, New South Wales Government, the New South Wales Productivity Commission and IPART. They do not support the New South Wales legislation. PEXA's supplementary submission has attempted to taint this practitioner-first model by calling it an ATI-first model. It is not. For the record, we have no intention of vertical integration. InfoTrack has a single intention, and that is to offer lawyers and conveyancers the choice of LNO for their client. For clarity, the ATI Group operates a range of separate businesses that serve the legal and conveyancing industry. None of those businesses rely on exclusive access or government mandates. Every single business operates in highly competitive markets. In my business, InfoTrack, clients can and do switch providers at any time. Our success depends entirely on our performance, our innovation, our service, but not control. PEXA operates under a government-mandated monopoly where there is no practical alternative. Interoperability is about breaking open this closed system so that everyone, including small technology providers, practitioners and consumers, can benefit from competition. While PEXA have stated many times they've had no outages, the truth is that there have been over 90 incidents that have occurred over the last year. Now, in May 2025, an outage meant the clients couldn't sign off transactions, they couldn't settle. If InfoTrack had an outage of this magnitude, we would lose clients. But without interoperability, when PEXA's down, clients have no alternative. They stop work and New South Wales property transactions stop. Competition will solve a lot of these problems. Competition will deliver resilience for New South Wales. Now let me clear up some of the earlier conjecture from today about our intention as shareholders. We want some certainty on an enforced date to enable competition to grow this important New South Wales-based company. But if we don't get that, we will withdraw. The New South Wales Government will then be left with a monopoly to regulate. PEXA will continue to expand its network to uncover new revenue streams. PEXA will have outages. That will be the New South Wales Government legacy to manage. In September 2023, the Minns government confirmed their full commitment to this critical reform. It's time for the largest property state in Australia to enforce its own legislation and deliver on that commitment. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ahern. I might start with a question of my own, or a hypothetical rather. You're the CEO of an IT company. If one of your managers came to you with a letter that they've received saying that they'd like to work with your company to build their software to interact with yours, the company is unrelated but seeks to be a competitor for a business that you currently enjoy a good working relationship with. Should you assist this new entrant, you would receive no benefit and no revenue. What would your response to that letter be? If they sought to integrate to InfoTrack for no benefit, that's a great example of what we do with PEXA today. So PEXA, although it's not in their submission, InfoTrack provides an integration to PEXA today to the practice management systems that we integrate with. Both the practice management systems within our group and outside our group. The contract that we have with PEXA ensures that we integrate with them on an equivalent basis, so we can't unfairly preference PEXA or Simply, but we provide that integration today. We do what's in the best interest of our clients because on a transaction by transaction basis, our clients can leave us. So we can have a client use us on one transaction 1 minute and decide to leave us the next. There's no cost for our platform for logging in. There's only a per transaction charge. So we have to be very considered with the products that we offer them. So if we don't offer them products that they need to complete their day-to-day tasks, they'll use a competitor. Okay, so if I maybe add a bit more detail to my hypothetical. Say I was a line manager at any of the bank or non-bank lenders, and I manage either the mortgage division or the IT department, and I get a letter, a lovely letter from Simply. Or hypothetical LexTech, but we can't deal with LexTech anymore because they've exited the market. They've now given up, but if I were one of those managers at a bank or a non-bank lender, and I went up the line to my boss with this letter, surely if I'm an executive at a bank, and I get a letter like this, I'd ask a few questions. One, what's wrong with the current process through the bank size? Two, how much investment, whether it's dollar-wise or time taken by staff within the bank to implement it? And three, could I really make a business case to actually put that work into place to integrate Simply when the bank doesn't really see a need themselves? Does that align with the current situation, or are there any differences to the situation I've put? No, that does align. Let's talk about the situation the banks are in. So when the mandates came in 2017, that was it, mandated. The banks had to choose. Many of the banks at that time didn't have integration to PEXA. They just stood PEXA up on their monitor and started to transact. It was a difficult transaction, a difficult transition, but they managed it. There were mandates, there was no choice. The situation we're in today, they're using PEXA. And as the ABA spoke to briefly, they've integrated to PEXA since, and they continue to evolve that. What interests me about that is, though, if you listen to the statement from the ABA and then earlier from the industry, there is a disparity that I wish to point out, and that is that the banks very clearly say they're looking for functional equivalency, and one of the reasons that they state is because today there are no delays. And yet, if you listen to the industry earlier today, they talk about delays occurring every day. It's clear the banks and PEXA are aligned in that respect, that the system that they have today works for them, and they understand there's a cost of change. What's not clear to me is why they're not putting their full support behind interoperability. If the banks are saying that they wish to continue to use PEXA because they're comfortable, they're integrated, then interoperability will enable them to continue to use PEXA, but other members in the network completing the transaction have the choice of Simply. My view is the bank should put their full support behind either supporting multiple LNOs using Simply and PEXA at the bank, or put their full support behind interoperability. Further, the argument that they state that interoperability somehow is going to dilute equivalency or uncover IP issues. Let me just address that. Missing from a few statements is a fact that PEXA today have APIs and integrate to many parties, not just banks, law firms, unregulated entities. They have APIs that create workspaces, accept invitations, push and pull financial data. Those APIs exist today. There are various subscribers on the network who are interacting with the PEXA workspace via those APIs. I know because we're one of them. PEXA's mandated, when we perform transactions in our business, we're integrated to PEXA. So within the bank, when they start to talk about we're worried about functional equivalence, I'm very curious about that because there are various subscribers out there today pushing and pulling data into those workspaces via those APIs. And I really think it's very comfortable for the banks to sit where they are today integrated to PEXA, and that's why they should put their full weight and support behind interoperability, and specifically the first practical step, which is a practitioner-first approach, which enables one of the participants in the workspace, a lawyer or conveyancer, to use Simply, whereas the other participants stay where they're comfortable.
Thank you. Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ahern, for attending today. I know when you answered the two questions from the chair, you were very cautious and careful in relation to your answers. I think if we were honest, in both circumstances, the line manager or the owner of the company would say, I'm very much unlikely to help you become a competitor to me. But what I think was the detail that was left, out of that part of the question that's important in this scenario is that there is an Act of Parliament from 2022 that indicates that there must be that interoperability introduced into the e-conveyancing space, and that there are penalties that apply if that doesn't occur. The only reason penalties haven't been applied thus far is because the registrar, in effect, is providing a waiver to PEXA to continue to operate as a LNO, but without providing that interoperability. Is that perhaps the case? If you had a piece of legislation that said when somebody comes to you as a company and wants to integrate with your systems, and you are legislated to do so, would you do that? That's probably the best analogy. Would you do that in those circumstances?
In short, yes. Let me explain. So there are various benefits to e-conveyancing. We don't argue that. We also don't argue the PEXA platform's a great platform. It is. My understanding is there's no waiver at present. There's legislation, but there is no waiver. What happened is that there was a date for interoperability that was set to December 2025. And the legislation says that both LNOs will work to establish and maintain interoperability. Since then, we've seen PEXA's submission that say they see no way forward with interoperability. But that aside, we're working towards that date. Then the letter went to the banks, and at the same time, and we've submitted a legal letter. A letter was sent to the registrar, the regulator, which was a legal letter. Saying, look, we have IP issues here and we're going to protect the interests of our shareholders. And since then, we have seen the regulator very hesitant to move, or to want to move more carefully. That's the history of what's happened. I believe, I heard your analogy earlier of the nuclear option. My understanding of enforcement powers are they're not just nuclear. There are other avenues, financial penalties that could be put in place here.
Yep.
We've also mentioned pricing powers.
Mm-hmm.
I can't speak for PEXA's shareholders, but I know my shareholders, if I was to say to them, we're going to start seeing penalties on a per transaction basis if we do not invest here, my shareholders would compel me very quickly to act.
And it's interesting you say that, because I raised the issue of 18A from the Electronic Conveyancing Act 2012 that was that I referenced with witnesses earlier. In 2022, the State Parliament passed another piece of legislation, and it says in Division 3, 16-6, in this section, maximum amount means for contravention of the Electronic Conveyancing National Law New South Wales Section 18A, the one that I referenced, is $10 million, and for a continuing contravention, a further $250,000 for each day the contravention continues. Now, you indicated that there are no, certificates. We had evidence previously that both Simply and PEXA, this was from, I think it was the Law Society and some of the other, legal bodies that were providing evidence to us earlier that indicated that both LNOs, both Simply and PEXA, are operating on, dispensations from the registrar under the legislation. That may not be the case, as you've indicated, but I'm sure we can get to the bottom. We can get back to the bottom of that later. But in terms of those enforcement powers, if it gets to the point that, and the government has committed that from December 2025 there will be a requirement for interoperability of the LNOs. If we get to December 2025, less than 4 weeks away now, and we haven't got interoperability, is it your expectation that PEXA should face the $10 million fine under 18A, contravention of 18A, and $250,000 per day, where they have refused to provide interoperability?
I think I'd certainly like to see that, but my understanding is that the registrar can issue a waiver on the date, and we've seen in other states a similar thing occur. What I see is what you're calling out, which is we have legislation, we have enforcement powers, but we're not using them. We'd be happy with a reasonable date, and we've put forward this practitioner first approach to avoid the obvious arguments that we've got before us, which is IP issues and bank issues, and we can't regulate banks. That's a federal government problem, and the practitioner first approach, we believe, avoids that. Simply is a fully functional LNO. It has its own auto balance functions. It has its own connections to banks, has its own connections to land registries, state revenue offices. It's a fully functioning LNO. So we believe by offering choice to the lawyers and conveyancers on LNOs will solve for about 60 to 70% of these integration issues, debunk a lot of the myths around what's IP and functional equivalence, and be a very positive step forward.
So where the Minns government have indicated that they support the intent of the Parliament previously to introduce and enforce interoperability, and in circumstances where they've nominated the date being December 2025, and in circumstances where we don't have interoperability, you would think that where if the Minns government is serious about their commitment, that they would seek to apply the legislated enforcement penalties if we get to the date and that interoperability isn't in place.
My personal view, the Minns government is very good at making tough decisions.
Well, you have to say that. I know, that's right.
They've made some tough decisions in and around housing. I believe they'll act with integrity, and they'll deliver on the commitment to deliver competition. There are various, I don't think we're here to argue the benefits of competition. I'm happy to, but I believe that they'll act with integrity and deliver on a promise.
Thank you, Chair.
Mark Manasiak.
Thanks. Chair, I've put this question to a few witnesses already, but given that you're probably a little bit closer to it, there's been a lot of, I guess, excuses put up as to why, simply can't, function or, around functional equivalence. Can you give us any specifics around what are the problems or deficiencies that the banks are saying that exist within your API or your interface? Are they giving you specific examples as to what isn't functionally equivalent to PEXA? Or do you see it as a bit of a convenient excuse for the banks not to actually invest the money they need to?
So, Philip is the CEO of Simply is closer to this, but I can't think of specific examples. But I will say, in the bank's defence, that on day one when the mandates came in, there was no integration to PEXA. It was get on this platform, everyone, and use it. Today, the banks have started to integrate more tightly to PEXA, and so when they're looking at Simply as another system, they're looking at another integration point. And so when they were interacting in the interoperability reforms, they started to have conversations about, hey, Simply, we need you to have this capability. That's where PEXA sent PEXA sent a letter to the banks saying, we believe we have IP issues here if you continue in the reforms, and then they withdrew. So the answer is, I don't think we ever, because the banks withdrew, I don't think we ever got to the bottom of specifically what those shortcomings are.
So just try to go to that point. So is that what made the banks go cold? Because when we had the inquiry into the bill, they were unnaturally excited for this reform, I would say. So is that, are you saying that the legal letter from PEXA saying we've got IP concerns, is that the trigger point for making the banks do essentially an about face on their position?
Yeah, the email PEXA sent to the banks I've submitted, I think it's one of the things, yes, and I think that's a good question for the registrar as well, because it was at that point they withdrew from the reforms.
Has InfoTrack ever considered testing the IP case through legal means?
It's a very good question. We've never received an IP claim. So Simply nor InfoTrack have received a specific IP claim. And I find it hard to believe, but I'm not saying there's not IP within the PEXA platform either. There's certainly IP within the Simply platform. They're both excellent platforms. I would argue the Simply one's better, but I'm biased in that respect. But what I will say is that today PEXA have integration out there to third-party systems where somehow we can push and pull data in and out of a workspace and drive a workspace without violating any IP which is inside PEXA. The basis of interoperability is that exchange of information between two platforms. So why is it only the integration that delivers competition? Why is that the only one that's got IP issues here?
Thank you. Just before we go to opposition questions, I just want to ask, and I appreciate that we'll have Mr. Joyce later on this afternoon who's closer to the coalface on these matters, but are you aware of any particular banks that are more problematic for Simply to deal with than other banks?
My understanding is that we have done, and by the way, I understand that there's complexity in all of these different transaction types. We're talking about refinance and single transfers and transfers with multiple parties. But there are very simple transactions that you can perform on an LNO that involves just one bank. So a single person transaction. As I understand it, ANZ and NAB have done some transactions.
When you say single person transaction, are you talking about refinancing?
Yeah, a bank effectively lodging a document or refinancing a mortgage to themselves.
Yep.
Those types of transactions, we've done test transactions or a multitude of transactions with ANZ and NAB, and I believe Commonwealth Bank have done a handful of transactions. Philip can give you the exact number. There's also been a small handful of refinance transactions between the banks. No four-party transfers and nothing from Westpac.
Okay, thank you very much. Aileen McDonald.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you. I was wondering, during budget estimates in September, I asked the Minister if he would convene a Ministers' forum. And he indicated at the time that he was going to wait for the ARNEC review. I wonder, from your point of view, when do you think he should convene a Ministers' forum to ensure that, say, the 2025 deadline is met?
I mentioned I've been at InfoTrack for 10 years and we started simply 8 years ago. I think we've had 6 years of reviews, so these latest set of reviews are very important to us, but so are all of the other reviews that I believe the New South Wales Government detailed in their submission. We need action on this. As the ACCC point out, and everybody's pointed out in this submission, the longer we delay, the worse the problem. Philip Argy mentioned this too. The longer we delay this, the worse the problem. The more entrenched the monopoly is, the worse the integration becomes, the worse functional equivalency arguments become more complicated. My view is that it should happen this year. And very, very quickly. We have a date. Now, I met with Minister Dibb and expressed that view. Minister Dibb, I believe, he made it very clear to me that he's looking for very solid outcomes from these reviews, and he will act with integrity and quickly on the recommendations of those reviews.
Okay. And so just if it goes beyond 2025, what are the risks to if these decisions aren't made and if we don't hear about this review, like we don't get the report?
Well, the first risk I can tell you is I sit with directors and shareholders very regularly, more regularly than every month now, reviewing if we will continue to invest in Simply with no firm understanding of if we can ever deliver competition. Reading PEXA's submission, that they say they see no way to support the interoperability reform despite the work that's been undertaken over the last 8 years. It's becoming harder and harder to argue with shareholders that there's ever a path forward. We know from speaking to ex-employees from PEXA and people in the industry that it's been a long-term strategy to bleed us dry. So if we get commitment, if we get enforcement on a date, and we feel comfortable with that, you have our full commitment, not just at the current levels of investment, but way beyond. We're very passionate about this New South Wales company. When it started, I took my best 12 developers and put them in there. They are still there. We're very passionate about this business. We'll invest heavily.
And as a follow-up, but not just, it is related. So under what circumstances should the Registrar General issue a direction or penalty under the Enforcement Act?
I think the legal letter that was sent to the regulator and New South Wales Government has them being very careful in enacting enforcement powers. There's a very real threat there of legal activity. I can't speak to the Registrar's view there, but I think that would be a great question for her.
Yeah, okay. And just one, should the ACCC investigate whether PEXA's letters to the banks constituted anti-competitive behaviour?
We, as part of the Federal Senate inquiry, raised various issues with the ACCC beyond what we've discussed today. We've got various vertical integration concerns about PEXA's activity in respect to their recent working with industry and, as was mentioned today, real estate agents around the anti-money laundering capability, which, if you think about it, would effectively bookend transactions, conveyancing transactions. We've raised all of those issues with the ACCC. We are yet to hear back from them on our last query around AML. And we're waiting to hear from the ACCC on the Senate report. But the ACCC did actually make one admission, which I thought was important, which is PEXA have no incentive to deliver interoperability despite legislation, and that's concerning.
Mr. Fang with a quick
Thank
question.
you. I just have one last question. We spoke about, I guess, the penalties that are available to be applied by the registrar should we see a failure of interoperability, but there's a flip side to that, which is that simply, as I guess ELNO as well, if they're not ready with interoperability, they may face the same penalties. So what work has simply done to ensure that they are ready to have interoperability abilities with, I guess, the other ELNOs in the system? It's a two-way street.
It is a two-way street. We're fully committed, big investment, but if you remember, this letter came out to the banks. The banks withdrew from the interoperability reforms. That effectively stalled the interoperability reforms at that point. PEXA, I'm sure, will use that as an excuse to delay the dates because there's been no action now for 18 months. That aside, Simply has continued work, design work. Philip can speak to that more specifically around dates. My understanding from Philip is that we will be ready to go at the end of this year.
Okay, so you will be able to provide the IP, the source code, the open platform, whatever it is that you need to do to another ELNO, in this case PEXA. You will provide to them all of the interoperability requirements that your system will require from their side to interface with you. They just haven't provided, I think, the alternate interoperability with them. Is that how it's basically been packaged up and what we're looking at the moment?
Yeah, I know we've been talking a lot about codes and XML, and there is a specification for integration around interoperability. We've continued to design that towards the end of this year. PEXA obviously have stopped, withdrawn. That'd be a very good question for both PEXA and Simply. Are they going to be ready?
I will be definitely asking both of those questions.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly?
Listen, I think in light of the time,
Okay.
I'll put my question on that.
Sorry, Greg.
Well, we'll have Mr. Joyce from Simply later on, so it might be pertinent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ahern, for your time today. I can't recall if any questions in this session were taken on notice, but if they were, the Secretariat will be in touch. Thank you again.
Chair,
yes.
I would just like to request, just with some issues raised earlier today, if we would be able to make a supplementary submission after today.
I'll do everything I can do to make sure that's accepted. I don't think there'll be a problem with that. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we'll break now for lunch until 2 o'clock. Thank you. Yep, good to go. Thank you. Hands up. All right, welcome and good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for making the time today to give evidence. Could each of you please, one by one of course, starting from my left, state your name, title, position, and swear either the oath or affirmation. Thank you.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Worrell?
So Elizabeth Worrell, I'm the acting group CFO. For PEXA, I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen?
I'm Russell Cohen, the Group CEO of PEXA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Gill?
Thank you. Claire Gill, Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs Officer for PEXA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Damien Manuel. I'm the GM for Regulatory Affairs at PEXA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much, and as is customary in these hearings, I invite any or all of you to make an opening statement. Mr. Cohen, you look like you're prepared.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. So I'll be making a short opening statement on behalf of PEXA. To the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and to make a brief opening comment. As I mentioned, my name is Russell Cohen. I'm the Group CEO and Managing Director of the PEXA Group. Joining me today are my colleagues, Liz Worrell, our Interim Chief Financial Officer, Eglantine Etembion, our Group Chief Technology Officer, Claire Gill, Chief of Regulatory and Corporate Affairs, and Damien Manuel, our General Manager of Regulatory Affairs. We are very proud of the outcomes that the PEXA platform delivers to the people of Australia. PEXA's exchange has processed more than $5 trillion of property settlements, connecting legal and conveyancing firms, financial institutions, government agencies to allow Australians to settle their property transactions securely and reliably. The PEXA exchange is safe and reliable, with no major security breaches despite more than 6.5 million intrusion attempts this year, and with service reliability above 99.9%. It is low cost, with regulated prices moving only in line with CPI. Today, the PEXA fee represents just $141 of the average $40,000 of transaction costs involved in selling a home. The PEXA exchange is innovative, with a continuous rollout of new technology and product features. PEXA has supported and cooperated with the interoperability reform as it was originally conceived, namely two functioning networks interoperating with one another without the need to disclose confidential intellectual property. We have held and participated in over 260 different meetings and workshops and invested more than $22.5 million of our own money in this program. Yet 7 years later, there is still no other comparable national network to connect to, and the program has been a failure. Our concern is not with facing competition, but with the current expectation that PEXA should shoulder the responsibility of engineering a viable business model for potential competitors. Importantly, competition is not an end in of itself. Rather, it can be an efficient mechanism to deliver outcomes that benefit consumers across price, service standards, security, as well as innovation. The architects of the original e-conveyancing regime placed consumer outcomes at the centre of the regulatory framework. And as such, PEXA's prices are subject to regulation and independent oversight by IPART here in New South Wales, and have not increased in real terms since 2014. The model operating requirements, which are PEXA's rules of operation, set out the minimum performance and service standards that we deliver to our customers, including that PEXA operated in each state and territory in Australia, which we are proud to have achieved with our recent launch in the Northern Territory, and we have consistently achieved customer satisfaction ratings around 90%. Our security and reliability are protected through our adherence to the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act at a Commonwealth level and in the model operating requirements as set out by ARNIC. Conversely, far from encouraging innovation, our competitors have proposed competition models that simply piggyback on PEXA's innovations at a discounted price, which is unfortunately a disincentive for further investment. Customer outcomes must remain at the centre of any reforms that are designed to achieve more competition. In conclusion, Australia's e-conveyancing system today is safe, reliable, low-cost and world-leading in its sophistication. Any changes to this framework must strengthen, not weaken, this integrity, the security and the trust that all Australians have in our property system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I might open to my left here with Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for attending and thank you for your opening statement. Just listening to that, though, it doesn't seem to take into account that this Parliament gifted PEXA a monopoly position. And everything that I've heard in your opening statement seems very resistant to giving any of that benefit back to the market or to competition. And I can understand that from a financial perspective. It's obviously what you're set up to do. But it's true, isn't it, that you were gifted a monopoly. So in terms of PEXA's sort of hard work and innovation, a lot of that is down to the goodwill of this Parliament. Why is PEXA now standing in the way of this Parliament's intention for there to be competition?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Ms Boyd. So I think PEXA had a first-to-market advantage, absolutely, through the setup of the national e-conveyancing regime, which was a COAG initiative back in 2007, 2008. There were initial investors. The financial institutions, namely the banks, were early investors in PEXA, as well as 4 state governments, New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland, and Western Australia were all equity holders in PEXA, as well as some private investors. Progressively through the life of PEXA, those investors sold their share, and New South Wales was one of the state governments that chose to sell their share and had a handsome return for the state. So the characterisation that PEXA was gifted, I think, is an incorrect term. And
Sorry,
it was
just
a
to
commercial.
clarify, I said gifted a monopoly position.
Well, it was never a monopoly position because PEXA has always anticipated competition in our sector. And the competition reforms really got going after Simply entered the market in 2018. So it was really in only PEXA's 3rd or 4th year of operation, processing electronic conveyancing transactions, and not even at a national level, that another entrant, in this case Simply, entered the market. So there was plenty of time and plenty of opportunity for another player to take a foothold in the market. It's really important to understand that in 2018, when Simply entered the market, PEXA was not operating in the Northern Territory, ACT and Tasmania. These were markets which were free for any other competitor to enter. PEXA had less than 30% coverage in Queensland and only about 50 or 60% coverage in Victoria and New South Wales. So there was plenty of market for others to come in and offer customers their version of an e-conveyancing solution that conformed with the regulation. So it wasn't gifted a monopoly. PEXA's then invested heavily.
We can perhaps disagree on the way that it's framed, but let's cut to the chase.
Sure.
Then. Why is PEXA issuing threatening letters to others involved in the interoperability process, which has had a chilling effect on the reforms?
Yeah, so we don't characterise our letters as threatening. We participated in over 260 workshops. We spent $22.5 million at a minimum of our own money. We've built pilot systems. We've participated in pilot transactions, all in our, to adhere to our obligations around the reform. The letters that you may be referring to were specifically to remind different parties in the interoperability reform that there was intellectual property that
What is
PEXA
that
retained.
intellectual property exactly?
Yeah, so it's intellectual property in the way the platform and technology works. For details, I might ask Ms. Worrell to kind
Please.
of flesh it out a little bit.
Yeah, I would like to know exactly which IP is being claimed.
No, thank you. So really we've got 2 forms of intellectual property. We've got copyright, which is really the software source code that underpins the whole platform. And then we've got trade secrets. And that's our processes, our rules and know-how that really, regulate how the system works together. And these were expressly what was recognised when the states and the others privatised PEXA back in 2018. And when we look at our balance sheet, that's about $1.5 billion on our balance sheet.
Okay, but in what way is that IP being threatened? Exactly.
So for interoperability, especially for functional equivalence, we would have to share that IP. We would have to share our source code. We would have to share our rules, processes and know-how to actually achieve functional equivalence.
Is that the case even if they have what was called by the last witness, the
NECDS standards?
API?
The API, was it API driven or there was, got distracted. They were talking about there being...
The industry code.
No, the ability for instead of it being full interoperability for this kind of modified version where simply
Practitioner
first. Thank you, practitioner first model. Is that the same for that?
Yeah, do you want to take that?
So we're calling it ATI first because
yes.
we believe it's leading to an entrenched vertical integration of ATI. Putting that aside, that is actually not interoperability. What they're requiring is an access to our settlement and lodgement functionality. So they're proposing that they would set up a workspace kind of function and then integrate that with the settlement and lodgement, which we do today through the PMS providers, practice management software
In
providers.
answer to my question, would that come up with the same IP issues?
No, because it's actually accessing our network and they're not acting as an LNO.
Right.
They will not be a LNO, which is required for interoperability. So interoperability is a concept. We've got two functioning networks being able to interoperate together so that you can work together on the same transaction.
Yes.
We would do all the transaction. There is a small part of the workflow, which is the workspace and the interface per se. That's what they're saying that they would like opened up, where they
But
can
you
go.
won't even do that first bit.
We do that with practice management software. What the proposal for that is to use the pricing of interoperability, which was earmarked by IPART at around $6, to use the concept of interoperability to get access to preferential pricing.
But, sorry, it won't have the same problems with the IP. It will introduce some competition, but that's still not something.
It doesn't
PEXA is.
it doesn't introduce competition for electronic lodgement networks. It will potentially offer alternative choices on how you integrate and the software interface, which we already do with practice management software. So we are prepared to provide access to our network through the practice management software integration, which we do already do today.
Right. Then presumably you were listening to the evidence that we got in the last session. What was it that they were asking for that you're not willing to provide them?
They're asking for integration, that we settle and lodge for them and they'll do the user interface. They're asking for it with preferential pricing
Okay, but
over
that
other
doesn't
practice.
have the IP issue. No.
That does not. It's an access network regime.
Right.
There's different interoperability.
And so why won't you do that?
So the last witness, the gentleman from InfoTrack, we already have API connections to InfoTrack, as we do with other legal software products across the country. Those APIs are on our website, they're public, the pricing, the terms, others are free to connect to them. So that exists today. It's not with Simply because there it's a different business model. That's an LNO that has a whole different set of obligations and a regulatory framework and pricing. So I think we're conflating, or the last witness is
Ideally, we
conflating
want
two things.
interoperability that's got LNO to LNO. We all agree with that, but in that last session we heard about a compromise or an entry level where at least this product could then be used by others and they could enter the market in a way. But we were told that PEXA wouldn't allow that either. I'm just wondering why that hasn't been allowed.
Just to be clear, we're still talking about practitioner first?
Yes.
Is that? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so look, we've received no technical requirements or specifications on practitioner first. It's kind of a bit of a public kind of marketing term that is used and obviously been used today. So it would be important for us to understand what it is. But I will say this, the request that we've seen was to access interoperability pricing as determined by IPART, which is a significantly reduced fee today. But all the responsibility for performing the transaction, keeping it secure, settling with the banks, lodging with the land registries, all that risk and all that responsibility would sit with PEXA. But the fee that would be provided in this practitioner first branding or ATI first would be dramatically reduced today.
Okay, so we should just go back to full interoperability then. And again, there is a problem with achieving interoperability, which has been narrowed down for us as being PEXA won't do what it needs to do in order for that to happen. What is your response to that?
Yeah, so interoperability as a technology concept is totally fine, and we've participated with it, which was two fully functioning networks with similar geographic scope and product offering, agreeing on what data they'll share and communicate. That's not the way interoperability has evolved specifically in the reform in Australia. The way it's evolved in the reform in Australia is one larger network, in this case PEXA, fusing to a smaller network, in this case Simply. They have specific names. One is called the responsible ELNO, one's called the participating ELNO. And where one can't perform the functions, because in the case of Simply they can't perform the majority of the functions, that's effectively borne, that responsibility and accountability is borne by PEXA. It does nothing to enhance resilience, because one down, both down, because they're fused together.
But
It
I'm asking a very specific question.
Yes.
Around so we want the Parliament has decided it wants there to be interoperability.
Yeah.
We are being told that the only reason there's not is because PEXA will not do what it needs to do. All I've heard so far as to why you wouldn't do what's required of you is because of some claim over IP. Is that the only obstacle here?
Do you want to take that?
Yeah, I'll take that. So firstly, ARNIC stopped the program, so it wasn't PEXA who stopped the program.
After you wrote to them?
Sorry, yeah, I'll go through that as well. It's because we were raising IP issues, because what is being asked, so what it's evolved from is two fully functioning networks communicating, which in principle, theoretically, is a great concept. But what we now understand is that the banks wanted functional equivalence, meaning everything that PEXA does, Simply does, so it interoperates. That is the IP. How we function, our workflows, our source code, etc., is the value of our business that our shareholders bought. So it is our responsibility to protect that IP, protect that IP for our shareholders. So we are unable, because of our fiduciary duties, to just hand over IP.
Okay, so what would it take then, I guess, for you to hand over the IP? Is there a price? What is it that you would be looking for? Or is it simply, presumably if we were to regulate that you had to give it across, you'd have to give it across, but is there a price or something that would incentivise that to happen?
Look, I think any arrangement on the sharing of intellectual property could be resolved in a commercial manner. That's fair. But it's really important to understand that there are other considerations here, in addition to the commercial considerations. One is simply around security and resiliency of these transactions. Number two is the bank's expectation that transactions are functionally equivalent across ELNOs. They need to offer customers who are remortgaging or taking out a loan a similar experience when they're settling their property. And so until those things can be answered, as well as access to the solicitors' trust accounts from both ELNOs, we have major concerns with the interoperability projects go.
Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Before I start some questioning, I just want some clarity to an answer you gave to my colleague, Ms. Abigail Boyd. What was the date that PEXA was privatised? I believe you said 2018, but I just want to confirm, is it 2018 or 2019?
I believe it was first privatised in 2018.
Yeah.
I think the plan to privatise was 2018. I think it wasn't privatised until 2019. Are you sure that it was 2018? 1st of January 2019, I believe, is the privatisation date.
My understanding is 2018, but we can confirm the exact date with you.
Okay.
I have currently just been reading documents on the privatisation and the trade sale.
Certainly on the Senate report, it indicates that it was January 2019 that the privatisation occurred, which is relevant to the question that I was about to ask, which is why I flagged when you said 2018. The government at the day and the minister of the time, Victor Dominello, in 2018 indicated that he would require interoperability from PEXA. So it's my understanding that the privatisation occurred in 2019. So prior to privatisation, the government was already flagging with the organisation that it was going to be required to have interoperability. This was no surprise when the government of the day, whether it be previously or now, have indicated, and the parliaments have voted for interoperability to become the standard. It's now 6 years since that has occurred, and we are still seeing the chain being dragged. If I am right and the numbers that I've got are correct, and there was flagged interoperability requirements of PEXA before it was privatised, why haven't you done exactly what the legislation says you are required to do?
That's thank you for the question. My understanding is I have looked through all the documents, and if it was indicated, it wasn't indicated in the sales document when New South Wales, Queensland, etc. actually owned it at that time. But regardless of that, PEXA has always said they will cooperate with the program. The concern is it's been paused because what was envisaged for 2 interoperating networks is unable to be achieved through what is now a construct called functional equivalence, which is not a term that I'm aware of in competition interoperability before. So the scope has creeped to something that may not be achievable now. However, there are a number of reviews that we have participated in that are currently underway that we are working through and working with.
And the functional equivalence issue is one of PEXA's? No. It's
No,
not, is
my
it?
understanding, and you might want to, is it was the banks
the
had
banks,
requested
right.
it and ARNEC has codified it.
Right. So in those circumstances where the banks are requiring the functional equivalence effectively, how can another player, regardless of who it is, achieve that without being provided the same level of integration with the banks that PEXA got because of its first to market status? How can we get equity?
So I'll explain the functional equivalent stuff at a very simplistic level. So e-conveyancing started, and imagine you've got 50 different things and that's your base e-conveyancing.
Mm-hmm.
Since that time we have built new functions and features that customers have requested above and beyond e-conveyancing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's those aspects of innovation that we're being asked to hand over.
Mm.
And so really, if you're going to have interoperability, you're then destroying the notion of innovation between LNOs because you need everybody to be exactly the same for interoperability to actually function correctly. Because a feature we might offer may not be a feature on Simply. And then as a result, that transaction won't progress.
Can I just, sorry, we will need to move along. We're almost halfway through this session.
Sure.
But just now that you've mentioned functionality, functionality is the term that keeps coming up again and again, whether it's the submissions or in the earlier witnesses today. So I've got page 22 of PEXA's submission in front of me, and it explains platform functionality for a better experience and greater efficiency. And it names a whole bunch of functions on the platform, such as auto balance, which automatically adjusts payment amounts within tolerances set by subscribers. Linked settlements, so one transaction doesn't settle unless another transaction specified also settles. Ready to book, mobile signing, PEXA projects, which enables developers to manage bulk transactions. For example, multiple transfers from a single development. Complex settlement support. The list goes on to a few more. Is this the functionality that we're talking about? And is this the functionality that banks are saying they want to see from other providers before they'll work with them?
Yeah, these are examples. That's why they're in the submission. We tried to articulate some examples of the innovations that we've built with our customers over the last few years.
But with all due respect, this is great, but it's kind of the Rolls Royce of functionality. Now, if I'm buying a house or if I'm refinancing, why do I need the functionality that a property developer requires to settle multiple properties or link settlements for people with multiple transactions? I mean, Simply are trying to enter the market. LexNet has exited because it's too hard. And we've got the banks basically saying, until someone else can build a Rolls Royce, they're not going to deal with them. Is that a fair statement to make of the current state of play?
I think it's important to think, thank you for your question, I think it's important to think about who's using the PEXA technology. In this case, the primary users of the PEXA technology are lawyers and conveyancers on one side and the banks and financial institutions on the other. And so it's the transaction features that we build for that audience such that they can smoothly and securely complete their transactions. So it's not so much the buyer and seller at home who may need these certain features, it's their assigned lender or their assigned lawyer or conveyancer. And so that's how we think about developing these technology features. But you're right, these are sophisticated features that have been built over time for efficiency and security and workflow management and high volume productivity. Yeah. To do a simple transaction, I believe that's available today on Simply. I mean, they put that on their website, the transaction types they do in the jurisdiction. So nothing is stopping them from performing that, and they do that today for a small part of the market.
And don't get me wrong, this is all great, and I'm really pleased to hear that PEXA are taking this overseas, particularly the UK, because I think it could be a really great Australian story. I'll move back to opposition questions. I believe Susan Carter had some.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. Ms. Gill, a question just to follow up. The practice management software that you referred to in relation to Practitioner First, who owns that?
There are a number of providers in the market, so settle it, isn't it? You might.
Sorry, I can't hear that.
ATI Group. Yeah, the ATI Group, Dye & Durham. My colleagues can jump in if they're.
So this is a third-party interface that people can use.
Yeah, they're a
to
software
interact with your
provider for
system.
legal services.
Yeah, so if you're a conveyancer, you might use this software to record your details, and then you would click a button to push some of those details into the PEXA exchange. And then at a certain point, under the regulations, you have to come out of that practice management software into the PEXA exchange and digitally sign your documents.
How is that different from just interacting with PEXA directly?
Well, we do have our own user interface, so users can choose to use PEXA's user interface, or they can use the integrations from practice management software. It limits having to enter into one system, turning around and enter into another system. It's a service that practice management software is.
But that doesn't really speak to interoperability at all.
That's the argument that we're making.
It's different interoperability. It's effectively an efficiency tool that we offer law firms and conveyancers, so they don't have to double key information.
I don't think it's interoperability with respect in the sense that it was thought about by the regulator. It's interoperability with your existing practice management system rather than two systems being able to talk to each other, isn't it?
It's more an integration.
It's an integration.
Yes, okay, thank you. I'm curious about the data and technical standards that you have provided for a fee to the National Electronic Conveyancing Data Standard. What proprietary intellectual property was contained in that material that you made available?
Yep, so if you think about it, in the early days when PEXA was meeting with all the titles officers and all the revenue officers, it had to come up with a standard in terms of that communication, so a protocol. Effectively, that protocol is now owned by NECDS Limited, and that's the protocol that all LNOs need to abide by for transacting or pushing information.
And what was the fee that you charged for that?
So the fee that we're currently being charged by NECDS, or the fee for them to buy it?
No, the fee for them to buy that information.
It was roughly $100,000 a month over a period of 1.5 years from memory, so about 1.6 or 1.9.
So it's a license fee per month, or it was a total fee paid
a transfer
monthly?
of IP fee.
Okay, can you, on notice, provide the exact figure and the exact payment details?
Sure.
And was that a license for copyright material? It was a sale of confidential information? What was it?
It was a transfer of the intellectual property of that data standard.
Sorry, but what type of intellectual property were you claiming in that? Copyright or trade secrets?
We'll have to take that on notice and get back to you. It predates me in my time at PEXA, so we'll provide the committee with that information.
And what was the process by which you arrived at a valuation of that information?
Yep, you can jump in.
Yeah. I just inquired about this. My understanding is we actually did get it valued by an independent business, which valued it well over $20 million. We provided it at a far greater discount to ensure that there was a national data standard. So it wasn't provided at the value that it was provided by an independent third party.
Okay, can you provide that valuation on notice as well, please? Yeah. Great, thank you.
And then to participate, we now have to pay a monthly license fee, and there's the expectation of a transaction fee as well.
When you say there's the expectation of a transaction fee, you're not currently paying that?
At the moment, we're working through that with the NECDS Limited.
Okay, so why would you be paying a transaction fee? Why hasn't that already been all sorted at the time of the negotiation of the transfer of the information?
So there's a number of things that we're working through with the contract with NECDS Limited, because it's an independent entity.
So the contract has been finalised or hasn't been finalised?
There was a version of the contract that we did sign, and then there was a second version of the contract which we haven't yet signed.
Sorry, you're confusing me. A version of the contract that you signed and then a second version of the same contract? You voided the first contract?
We didn't void it. The contract was changed not by us, but by NECDS Limited.
Well, with respect, it would have to be changed by both parties, otherwise there's
Correct,
no change,
which is why we haven't signed that one yet.
So you have signed,
We
there has
signed
been
the-
changed?
we
or you
signed
have-
the original, we
Yes,
haven't
so that's the
signed-
contract?
Yep.
And there is negotiations to amend the contract?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vanasiak.
Yeah, thank you. Just to you, Mr. Manuel, you spoke about, use your analogy, you have the baseline and then all these items that the Chair mentioned on page 22 of your submission is your Rolls-Royce, that's the IP issue that you're concerned about. So is there anything, and Mr. Cohen, you spoke about big L no, little L no, and little L no being simply fusing onto big L no one, and you picking up the slack of the functions it can't do. What's stopping this interoperability going forward in that model that you don't give them the IP for those whiz-bang Rolls-Royce stuff. They come into the market and operate as little L no until they can build up their own capacity in terms of these Rolls-Royce features themselves. And then, you allow natural market forces to occur that, them building up their own capacity allows them to level out and become a bigger L no in the future. Is that something that you'd be opposed to in moving this reform forward?
So if we go back to first principles, when we actually looked at it as just a lodgement network, and in response to Mr. Martin's questions in relation to if you strip out all the things, why can't we just interoperate? That horse is already bolted. They're already fused and integrated into the system, which is the argument that the banks are making, is that the egg can't be unscrambled now. So the fact that the system, the PEXA system now is fully integrated. So what the banks are saying is simply has to operate like that, not just accretively build to that for them to integrate. So that is what I understand is functional equivalence, is that they both have to, from day one, act exactly the same.
But do we have to do everything the banks want us to do as part of this reform?
Can we expand on that, if you don't mind, Mark? Which banks are saying this?
My understanding it was, is it the 4 major banks? Yeah, it was the 4 major banks. My understanding is that, and you'd have to ask ARNEC that I don't understand the whole thing.
Okay.
It's ARNEC who paused it.
Yeah.
It's ARNEC who asked for functional equivalence. So that is the problem that we've got at the moment. I mean, if we go back to first principles, I suppose the issues that we're talking about here is how we were privatised. We weren't privatised as an open access network. We were privatised as we are building innovation, etc. We now have a responsibility to protect the product and the assets that our shareholders bought in that privatisation process.
But that model, that model I proposed to you in terms of slowly progressing or transitioning to that stage where you've got 2 big L no's does protect your fiduciary duty, because in the meantime of simply, trying to gain some market share, you can be doing what you do in providing a competitive service and innovation, etc., to maintain that fiduciary duty and protect your shareholders' price.
Yeah, so if I may, so Mr. Medisak.
Both of the banks.
Yeah, so obviously before my time at PEXA, but I believe that's what was originally contemplated before the functional equivalence expectation was set. And some of the tests and the pilot transactions that were attempted were unsuccessful, specifically because they relied on a series of features that had been built into the transaction flow deeply over many years. That's when the banks raised the expectation, hey, this needs to be functional equivalent for customers who are lending or remortgaging, regardless of which LNO the lawyer or conveyancer use. And so we're back in this situation whereby a lot of this stuff is deeply built into the workflow of the way property transactions are settled in Australia right now. It's very, very hard to undo.
Can I just clarify that?
I think I think the three of us all
My question was, did
question.
PEXA have any involvement in ARNEC codifying this functional equivalence? Did PEXA request that from ARNEC?
No.
My understanding is no.
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 Okay, so
Not
ARNEC
quite
just
question
decided that they would respond to the banks and codify functional equivalence because of a bank request.
Effectively, interoperability has morphed over time. So
Yes.
it wasn't initially like that, but because the banks are not willing to move off a platform that doesn't have the same function and features, because that gives them productivity benefits as well and customer benefits.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand how ARNEC came to that.
Okay.
But sorry, I just want to understand. You've put out there an idea of functional equivalence quite different to what I think functional equivalence is in other interoperability contexts. So I want to know where you got that from, that you think it's to do with the features that have been developed by PEXA that apparently Simply don't have, because I don't simply think that that's what it is. Where did you get that from in order to come here and tell us that that's the functional equivalence that we're dealing with?
That's our understanding from discussions with the banks, that they want to have functions and features that are the same between LNOs.
So your understanding from discussions with
banks?
All of the banks? Do you have it in writing? Do we have something?
So we have people that work with the banks in terms of managing issues and challenges.
Yeah.
And so from those discussions, it was very clear that they're looking for a same service.
Yeah, there's a letter from ARNEC to PEXA which speaks specifically about functional
If we could
equivalence.
see that would be very helpful.
Yes.
That would be very helpful,
Yeah.
because I think we're actually getting to the crux of the issue here. So I don't believe that when we pass this legislation that we envision functionality equivalence would include, as I said, the Rolls-Royce list of features that.
No one.
Good on you for developing. It's a great product. But now we've got the banks. I think Ms. Gill said it was the big four banks who have said that's what they want.
Can I confirm that? I just want to make
Please,
it before
please.
Yeah. So I think it's also important to remember, like back when Mr. Fang mentioned around interoperability being a concept raised by the Minister in 2018, it was around interoperability of lodgement. It didn't take into account the full transactional, the two parts, settlement and lodgement. And over time, the way in which the national reform was built was that both settlement and lodgement had to be completed in real time for delivery versus payment. So there didn't need to be undertakings. There was a whole innovation such that we could transact and lodge at the same time. And then once you get into settlement, you get into the domains of the banks and the RBA and the transmission of funds securely from buyer to seller. That is where the interoperability reform morphed from the very original conception. I think this history is really important because now we're dealing with both the financial institutions, the RBA from a settlement perspective, the state revenue officers, as well as the land title officers.
And then, and so banks, let's just put them together. Banks said to ARNEC, we'd like functionality equivalence. Who's PEXA's biggest shareholder?
PEXA's largest shareholder today is the Commonwealth Bank.
Who's the chair of the PEXA board?
A gentleman by the name of Mark Joyner.
Where did he come from?
He's had a few roles, but prior to that he was at the NAB, National Australia Bank.
Okay, there you go. All right.
Can I just ask one sort of clarifying question in relation to all of this, which I've been patiently waiting to get an answer to?
Go for it, Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. You've said that effectively the system has grown, morphed over time from what was a more simple model, say when you were originally privatised, to now, and that expansion of the offering to the market has meant that the interoperability is now much harder. But in reality, that's your fault, because you've effectively made a system so complex and so integrated with the banking system that you've locked out other players. That's the way that I'm interpreting what has occurred here. Why shouldn't we just force you to open up your systems now, given that you've elected to make the behemoth that you've got, as good as it is, and allow the competition that we flagged would be required prior to privatisation?
Yeah, so we don't see it like that.
I know you don't, but I'm asking why shouldn't I?
Yeah, well, so I'll explain. So the way in which the original reform was conceived was a national system for consistency and a single system, a single standard for lodging and settling property in Australia. And that's really what PEXA built. We did jurisdiction by jurisdiction, digitisation by digitisation. And so that is hundreds of millions of dollars spent, many, many years of serving the whole of Australia, big cities, small towns, large law firms, country conveyancers, all on equal terms and equal pricing. So we think that's a very significant national asset. We don't agree with the characterisation respectfully. And so for us, we think it's something that makes Australia very unique in the world of property settlements. We think it's a national asset that we're very proud to export Australian know-how and security globally.
Are you suggesting we should nationalise it then?
No, I'm not
No?
at all.
Okay.
But some of the ways in which people are proposing PEXA give up their IP or give up their know-how would look a bit like renationalisation. Yeah.
Agrarian socialists.
I think if we're going to shut down competition, sometimes we've got to wield the big stick.
We're going to hear from government.
I don't understand.
Now, Mr. Murphy.
Thanks. I've really just got one question. If I can come back to this issue of intellectual property, the trade secrets and the copyright, that's intellectual property that you already provide to other people, don't you? You allow banks to access that intellectual property in terms of what they do. You've talked about practice management software and various types of that. Do you charge a licensing fee to those people that access your intellectual property?
Well, they don't access our intellectual property, they access the technology features that the intellectual property is that is based on. So, we have uniform pricing to access PEXA's services. It's published on our website. It's the same pricing for everyone in the country. So
how's that different to allowing a competitor to access that?
Sorry?
I mean, you're providing your IP to banks, to practice management software companies, to a vast array of other people, without charging them a licence or a fee, but in effect you're not providing it to competitors. If they come along and want to utilise the same intellectual property, why are they being treated differently?
Yeah, so the systems access you speak of, that currently today has a commercial price on it, is available to anyone that would like to connect via API. InfoTrack connects, as do Dye & Durham and all the banks and a range of other law firms and legal software products. That's available to anyone who'd like to connect. So to answer your question, that is available today. Those APIs are public, they're on our website.
It's the additional functionality.
It's important to not confuse access to service versus access to IP. So you might access and use Microsoft products, but you won't have the IP of those products and how they function behind the scenes.
Sure, but wouldn't you have to have given access to that IP to practice management software?
Yeah, I think I can answer the question you're asking. What we're being asked is to give it to simply to build the same functionality to compete against us.
Yeah.
No one's asking Google to give their algorithm to Microsoft so that they compete effectively against Google, who has 95% of the search engine. What we're saying with practice management software is they have integration so that we can perform a function for them.
And the integration...
That's the difference.
But so what you're saying in effect is you're giving it to partners that you work with for free, but you're not willing to give it to a competitor.
No, we're giving
Is that fair to say?
functionality so they can actually integrate to a point where we'll perform a function for them.
But how do they redesign their software program so that it integrates with yours and has that functionality without access to your IP?
They all have very different software functions and offer very different propositions to their competitors. So they basically do that. They put it in, they integrate with an API that hands over, and we provide the settlement and lodgement.
If I can give you an example. So in a practice management software, you might key in your customer details and who they are and the name. And rather than jumping into the PEXA platform and rekeying that in on the web interface, through your practice management software, you can push that to PEXA, and that comes across to the PEXA system. But it doesn't do all the other functions and features within the PEXA system. And then at some point, you need to jump out of your practice management software into the PEXA system under the regulations to then actually sign those documents. You're not allowed to do that from within the practice management software.
And you're saying that's the only part that's IP related that you're trying to protect. Is that right?
So there are components within the practice management software that just push data across, and the IPs within the service construct that we deliver on our side. So AutoBalance as an example.
Do you license your IP to anyone at the moment or not?
No, we do not.
No one. Okay.
Thank you. Just before we go back to opposition, I do have a few questions, maybe for Ms. Worrell. My numbers say PEXA had around 115 million of free cash flow last year. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Yep. 83 million of that was in dividends to shareholders. Does that sound about right?
No. That's,
okay.
PEXA has never declared a dividend.
All right.
So it could be right, they're just not going to tell you.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, the shareholders, you're saying dividends have never been paid or...
Declared.
Declared.
Declared or paid. The PEXA Group has never declared or paid a dividend.
All
To
right.
shareholders?
Yep.
Are you aware of any of the shareholders that have nominated how much they've earned through PEXA?
No. So the PEXA Group actually made a loss last year.
Okay.
So it has not.
What about the year before?
The year before we made a loss as well.
Okay. Interesting.
How does it make a loss? Where's it losing money?
So we made a loss because of some of the investments we're making in the UK. Is the principal driver, as well as some impairments that we had to take across the group.
Elaine McDonald?
I was wondering, do you ever intend to do interoperability, with Simply?
Sorry, what's the question? Do we ever intend to do interoperability?
Yeah, with Simply.
Well, currently the interoperability program is paused. We are waiting on direction from ARNIC, our regulator, as to the direction of that program. We're hoping we can get clarity on the scope of the program. We're hoping we can get clarity on actually how the program will work and what benefits it will deliver to the customers, and if the cost benefit of the project makes sense. To date, that has not made sense, and very clearly to many parties it has not made sense.
And
So
so
that's
you
really what we're waiting on.
And you say in your submission that you don't believe interoperability actually, or that you don't support it. Is that a fair statement?
No. So interoperability, as it was last scoped by ARNIC, we think is a failed reform, and that we cannot support, and we do not support. There is a model for interoperability which we would welcome, which is 2 fully functioning networks of similar technical features and similar geographic coverage agreeing on what information to exchange. Until we have that, any other reform we think is fundamentally flawed.
I'll just ask one. I was just going to say, so does that mean you do or you don't support legislation?
Aileen McDonald has the call. Then we go to Susan and Abigail.
That was my, so are you saying in that you don't support the legislation?
No, so the legislation, we understand what it sought to achieve. It's the implementation of that legislation and the shifting scope over many years, which has caused us great concern. So that's why we're waiting on ARNIC's clarity, hopefully over the coming months, on where to take the reform.
So then, when ARNIC does come, has the review, will you fully participate in its implementations once the recommendations come through?
So we've participated in all the reviews and all the work and all the information requested of us. Once we read it, we'll obviously understand what is expected of PEXA, but suffice to say, we'll always comply with any legislation that commands us to.
No, I believe.
Was the intention of you writing to ARNIC and pointing out your claims in relation to intellectual property, was one of the reasons for writing that letter to, in fact, pause the ARNIC push towards interoperability, which you now, in a circular way, appear to be claiming as the reason that you're not going forward on interoperability, because that has been paused?
Do you want to take that? The letter predates me. I mean, as far as I understand that letter, before my time, I've only been in the role 6 months.
Well, perhaps somebody who understands it could answer.
Yeah, I'll take that question. So before we issued the letter to ARNIC, there were a lot of additional problems with the interoperability scope and program of work. We had raised and flagged that there were issues around the risk in terms of the program.
With respect, I think we're going over old ground. The question was very specific. You have told us that the reason interoperability isn't proceeding has nothing to do with you. It's been paused by ARNIC. What role did you play, and in particular that letter, what role did you play in causing ARNIC to pause the push towards interoperability?
I think that letter just highlighted one of many flaws with the program, and then it was a ministerial decision to pause the program.
But the letter essentially threatened legal ramifications if the process continued, didn't it?
Can I just clarify? In relation to intent of the letter, my understanding is the intent of the letter...
And Ms Gill, you were there when the letter was written?
No, I wasn't, but I have
Then
spoken to people.
Well, perhaps those people could provide us with information then.
We can give you that question on notice. We will talk to the person there, but if I can just correct, you want to know what the intent was of sending the letter, is that correct?
One of the many questions I have about that letter. Last question. However you've obtained it, I think we would all agree that you hold great market power and there are significant barriers to entry, as you've just outlined very clearly for us during this discussion. What do you say to the proposition that as a company with market power, you are using that market power to stop the entrance of other competitors into that market?
Yeah, so we would refute that. The market share that PEXA has
Sorry,
today,
you would refute that how?
Yeah, so I'd refute the implication that it's being somehow misused.
No, sorry, you would refute that how? How are you not misusing your market power to prevent entry of other people into competition in this market?
Yeah, so I think it's evidenced by the following. One, we participated fully in the interoperability program over many years. Dozens of our people spent time in over 260 workshops.
Sorry, this is the program that, partly following your letter to ARNEC, has been paused. So you were instrumental in having this program paused.
Yeah, I'm just trying to answer your question when you say how.
No, but I'm also I'm challenging that that's actually evidence that you have not misused your market power.
Yeah, so we participated in all the workshops requested of us. We participated obviously in the data standard. To your earlier question, we spent over $22.5 million of our own money. We worked with a whole bunch of parties in the states and federal level, simply in the banks, to try and bring the reform and honour our obligations under the legislation. So we think we did what we could to meet our obligations.
Can I also add, the ACCC gave evidence at the Senate inquiry that they had looked into PEXA, and they have seen no contravention of the Act in relation to also misuse of market power. So we have had someone look at us as well, but we would refute the claim that we misuse our market power.
Thank you.
I think, thank you. Look, I think it's really clear that if I was in your position and I had a duty to my shareholders, I would do everything I possibly could to stop someone coming in and taking my business. And I don't think that's a controversial statement. I guess the question for us as legislators is, what is it that we need to do to financially incentivise you to do something different? That's why the Greens passed the amendment to the Act back in 2022 to up those fines by 10 times what they originally proposed. How much of that fine do we need to, I guess, penalise you with to make up for what you think you're going to lose in opening up to competition?
Yeah, so I can't answer hypothetical questions on fines. I don't quite understand how to value that.
Then how much do you think you're going to lose from letting Simply in? And then I will know how much we need to threaten you in penalties so that you'll actually come to the table.
Yeah, so we've never calculated that. We don't look at our business that way.
Well, just can I ask one last
question?
Please go. Just in relation to that, in an answer to a question from one of my other colleagues, you indicated that you don't support the interoperability program, obviously, and you listed a number of reasons why. Regardless of whether you support the interoperability or not, you are legislated to have to be interoperable. And the only way that you can avoid that is if the registrar effectively provides you a clearance or a warrant to say that you're not going to be have the penalties applied. Now, in circumstances where the registrar removes any permission for you to be inoperable, and the government has indicated that that's going to be from next month, you are liable for a $10 million fine on the first day, and then $250,000 for every day that you refuse to be inoperable. So regardless of whether you accept interoperability or not, you have to, under the legislation that's already passed, be interoperable. Do you accept that you have a requirement under the legislation to have that ready by what the date the government's nominated, which is December 2025?
If there is a framework for us to be able to interoperate, which actually doesn't actually stop us with our other legal requirements, which means not to hand over our shareholders' IP at no cost, then if there is a framework that will work, we are willing to engage in that. At the moment, what we're saying is, as it is currently proposed, we can't see how it can work without us giving up IP that belongs to our shareholders, and we have a legal obligation not to give that up.
So in those circumstances then, I think the only lever that this Parliament and the government have is to remove your your 18A, I guess, permission to be an ELNO, and then we'll all go back to paper, and that's the end of that. Is that what it's going to take? Is that what it's going to take to get you to actually start playing nicely with others?
That is really a matter for this committee.
Yeah,
and
it
for
is,
the
and
government.
we may well do that if you don't start playing nicely.
I think we're waiting for ARNEC to complete their.
We may not.
reviews.
Hold on.
We
The
may not
witness,
wait for ARNEC.
Mr. Fang,
There's nowhere over time.
the witness is answering your question.
Yeah, we're waiting for ARNEC to complete the review because effectively the whole function around competition, is it to drive lower price? Is it around innovation? Is it around resilience? Or is it just an ideology? PEXA is currently price regulated, so from a price perspective, that's the consumer protection there. We've demonstrated that we do innovation, which is causing some of these challenges around interoperability. From a resilience perspective, we're classed as critical infrastructure. We have dual data centre homing, both in Sydney and in Melbourne, for 100% uptime reliability. And so it really comes down to, is it an ideological choice to give consumers the ability to have choice, which may mean it may be higher prices for them in the long term.
Okay, I'd just like to return to the financials quickly before we run out of time. Is it fair to say that the e-conveyancing market in Australia is around $300 million a year? Yep.
Yes, that's right.
Is it fair to say PEXA have around 90% of that market?
Yes.
So for PEXA to make a loss, there must be some pretty big investments that you're making every single year to cancel out the pure profit you're getting from such a market share. Would you like to expand
The
a bit
$300
more
million is revenue, not profit.
Yeah, no, of course, yeah, yep. Yes, of course, Mr. Cohen. So would you like to expand a bit more on your overseas investments and give us a bit of an idea of what we can be proud that New South Wales and Australia has built that we'll see overseas?
Yeah, so look, last year we invested about $58 million in our international operations. A big part of that is actually what we're calling our international exchange. And actually a lot of that technology we'll be looking to use, not just internationally, but also bringing back into our Australian exchange.
Okay. All right. Does anyone else want to? Yep.
Okay, super
Jackie
quickly,
Manning?
because I think we are actually out of time. But did you did anybody from PEXA speak to any of the witnesses that have appeared here today in the hearing prior to today?
I did not speak directly, but I understand that our practitioner team did speak generally to the membership base in a number of forums, informing them about this inquiry and encourage people to make submissions if they do want to. And I did have one request for some data, which I provided them with a media statement that we provided to anyone who wanted it.
Thank you.
All right. If everyone's...
If I'm allowed.
Yeah, there's 2 minutes left. Go for it.
Yeah. There are 5 lobbyist firms registered as acting for PEXA. I guess, why do you feel that you need 5 of them? And what exactly sort of service do they provide when it comes to the New South Wales government?
Yeah, you're right.
It may be a legacy, the 5. At the moment, we have Maurice Yema's group as that we have engaged and have for a number of years. And the other one was TGA, which we've engaged for assistance on the Senate inquiry, and that's a short-term project that will finish up with the Senate inquiry. And I believe they're the 2 active ones that we're using at the moment. Correct me if there's another one that I'm not aware of.
There's 5 still listed, but that's...
Right. So they are the 2 because it's quite an active time at the moment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have made a mistake reading the run sheet today, but nonetheless, thank you very much for making time today. I do believe there might have been a question or 2 taken on notice.
Yes, I can actually add one.
Okay, if you'd like
confirm
to.
one now?
Yeah, please.
The cost of the NECDS standard was $1,940,000.
Thank you. Any questions taken on notice, the Secretariat will follow up and work through that with you. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, it's got nuts in it, doesn't it?
Might just
This one's
give members 60 seconds to... We might make a slow start while Mr. Joyce gets sworn in. Welcome, Mr. Joyce. Thank you very much for making time to give evidence today. Would you mind stating your name and position title and taking either the oath or affirmation?
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm Philip Joyce, the CEO of Simply. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And
thank you to the committee for the opportunity to talk with you today. This is an important inquiry to ensure delivery of a New South Wales legislated obligation for competition in property settlements. This needs to happen because there are two major issues today. Issue number one, the PEXA monopoly means that New South Wales and Australia have a massive single point of failure risk in property settlements. $1 trillion settled on behalf of every home buyer and seller in the country. Issue number two, the PEXA monopoly denies genuine choice to small businesses in New South Wales and blocks millions of dollars of benefits for consumers in New South Wales every year. That's why in 2019, the ACCC concluded that network interoperability in this market was the most effective way to introduce competition, as has every independent objective study of this market, and those are listed on page 15 of the New South Wales government-owned submission. That's why, following a comprehensive New South Wales parliamentary inquiry of February 2022, chaired by the Deputy Chair, legislation was introduced in New South Wales in May of 2022 to compel PEXA and Simply to interoperate. In our view, this inquiry is about ensuring that the New South Wales government use its extensive powers to hold PEXA and Simply to account to their legislated obligation to deliver interoperability. So, what is the impact of the PEXA massive single point of failure? If there was a multi-day outage impacting the PEXA monopoly today, every single property settlement in New South Wales and Australia would stop. That would mean very real financial and emotional costs to everyday Australians. Without government action, the question is not if a CrowdStrike type multi-day issue occurs, it's when it happens. At Simply, we are proud to have built a full national ELNO with its own infrastructure and connections using modern, secure, world-class technology. We are a fully functional, comparable network in New South Wales. Once interoperability is live, if PEXA were to go down, Simply could step in and vice versa. But why is having an additional secure and viable network important? The Australian government's Cybersecurity Centre clearly state that concentration of market reliance on a single provider increases cyber risks. Using a two-network, diversified and decentralised model, we will deliver more controls, more reliability, and make this trillion-dollar market less vulnerable to cyber and fraud threats. So, what does competition look like in New South Wales? Well, competition means customer choice, it means lower prices, it means better service, greater innovation, and importantly, more reliability. This reform is long overdue because the incumbent monopoly has every incentive to delay. As the ACCC have noted on numerous occasions and in their recent Senate testimony, delay is a commercial tactic. It is worth over $1 million a day to PEXA in uncontested revenue. Unless New South Wales use their extensive powers to better manage the monopoly, these tactics will continue. That's why we welcomed the recent New South Wales government-sponsored in-depth reviews. These will be yet another comprehensive fact base on which Minister Dibb can act with certainty, as he has said he will do before this Christmas. We are confident that these reviews will conclude that interoperability is highly feasible and can be delivered without sharing any perceived IP, and that the practitioner-first release is the right solution to deliver choice to legal practitioners and consistency for banks. What needs to happen next is for New South Wales Government to communicate and implement the recommendations from these reviews as soon as possible. New South Wales have the necessary powers to implement interoperability, and this should include clear binding directions to both PEXA and Simply to deliver in 2026. Consumers and small businesses in New South Wales deserve the benefits of competition and resilience, and this could be delivered next year. In conclusion, I urge the committee to use this inquiry and its report to, number one, acknowledge that the PEXA monopoly represents a massive single point of failure risk for New South Wales. Number two, to ensure that the New South Wales Government hold PEXA and Simply to account to their legislated obligation to deliver interoperability, and in doing so, resolve both resiliency and competition issues. And lastly, to ensure that New South Wales Government communicates and implements the recommendations from its reviews this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joyce. I might open with government questions this time.
Sure, thanks, Chair. The question I had, you were here earlier, Mr. Joyce, while PEXA were here giving evidence. What they've said is, in effect, that they've built all this additional functionality which comprises their intellectual property, trade secrets in terms of the source code or copyright over that functionality they've provided. What I really want to know is, well, what have you built? Have you replicated that functionality in terms of banks, in terms of practitioner software and other areas, or are you just looking to have PEXA hand over to you that intellectual property so you can copy it without paying for it effectively?
Let me answer that question in a couple of ways, and I do note the PEXA CEO's comment that interoperability will work when there are two comparable fully functioning networks. Well, I'm pleased to say that in New South Wales we are just that. We're a fully functioning comparable network. The features that PEXA outline in their submission are not unique. We have built them on the Simply platform. Why are we here? We're here because this reform is blocked by the incumbent, who has no incentive to voluntarily deliver this reform. The good news for this committee is that the just completed ARNIC reviews will confirm that this can be delivered without the sharing of any intellectual property. If I may, let me just go back to basics, because I think it all hinges on this, doesn't it? What is interoperability at its heart? It is the creation of a data standard such that two networks can share information safely and securely to enable choice for their customers. This is used safely and securely in loads of other markets. I think Ms. Boyd noted that earlier. Shares, bonds, payments, telecoms, mobile, energy. We are talking about nothing different here. The good news is that 75% of the data required to form that data standard already exists in what both networks use today. We've heard from PEXA, you'll hear from me. We are connected to land registries, revenue offices, the major banks and the RBA. So we need to create a data standard that allows the information to be safely and securely shared. We use already those technologies and data standards today. So why hasn't it been delivered? It hasn't been delivered because the incumbent has no incentive to do it. Mr. Fang probed that quite successfully earlier. What we need to happen is the following. The reviews that ARNIC are just concluding will be the fact base that this committee should ask for, which will detail that this can be delivered without the sharing of any perceived IP. We have the same view as New South Wales Government, as ARNIC and as legal experts. The sharing of this data does not contravene any IP. We're not asking for any of that. We're not asking for the tight integration to the banks. But what we are asking for is that the data standard is created such that choice and competition can flourish. That is blocked, and it's blocked because the incumbent is not, to use your phrase, coming to the table.
I mean, what they've said, though, is that that could result in a lowering of the standard that is there in the market at the moment. So, in effect, what they've put to us is that you're asking for it to move to the lowest common denominator in order for you to compete, rather than what banks and the market are using right now. Is that right, or have you built additional functionality that makes you equivalent to the offering that PEXA has now?
I've got a very clear view here. We have to be different and offer value to customers, don't we? Because 100% of the market is mandated to use the incumbent today. So if we were to offer an inferior product, why on earth would we ever believe a customer would choose us? We have to demonstrate value. We have to demonstrate value in innovation, service, price, and so on. In every other industry that has networks talking to each other, they rely on a data standard. That is what interoperability is. Now, as it comes to the banks, PEXA have done a good job. They've done a good job integrating with the banks. And by the way, we're connected to the 4 major banks, and we service 3 of those every single day, successfully and securely. Interoperability is not about the sharing of any perceived IP. It's about sharing information such that one conveyancer, if they were using our platform, inputs the data that allows PEXA to provide that equivalent service to their banks. You heard the PEXA team earlier remark that they believe there's been substantial scope creep. I want to correct that misrepresentation. Interoperability principles have always conceived of a competitive market. A competitive market is around a level playing field. This is not about replicating the features, but it is about setting a standard such that there's genuine choice. That is why we put on the table the practitioner first solution. What is that? That goes to the heart of what the banks have stated, which they have said very clearly, and you heard it from Mr. Taylor earlier again from the ABA. They want the on-network transactions they currently do with PEXA not to deteriorate in a world where someone's using another network. That is actually enshrined in the regulations of networks today. It's called the equivalency threshold. Much like telecoms providers have to offer that, you would not buy another phone other than Telstra if your calls weren't connected immediately and your text messages were shorn, would you? So the banks, under a practitioner first model, can stay with PEXA, and we offer choice to the legal market based upon a common data standard.
I mean, using your analogy, I mean, isn't it that, I mean, what they're saying effectively is you're saying we're here with a Nokia, and PEXA's saying, well, we've spent all of this money building an iPhone, and you're now wanting everyone to move back to a standard, which is a pre-smartphone standard, so that you can compete. Is that right, or not?
I don't think that analogy is appropriate, but I do think some of the elements play here in terms of if a network can offer value to the end customer above the standard, that's great. I think that's exactly what innovation
and you're
should
saying
flourish.
You've done that, so you've got the value out.
And let's use a pertinent example in payments. Payments is a great analogous industry, and I'm going to use an example of New South Wales Government's own banking arrangements. I worked for Westpac for a number of years, and I actually worked for New South Wales Treasury. Now, Westpac are the dominant banker to the government, despite every single bank being on their panel. Why? Is it because they've developed different payment standards? Is it because they have blocked other banks from those payment channels? No. The payment standards exist, but what Westpac have done is successfully integrate on those to offer value to customers. That's exactly what we're talking about here. We're talking about creating a common standard that allows genuine choice such that customers can make their own choice. I listened with interest today to the different conveyancer views. I think that's brilliant. We should give them genuine choice. They don't have that today. They have to use PEXA. And if there's a PEXA outage, they can't go anywhere. I think the committee has the Telegraph article where a couple was stranded because of a PEXA settlement failure, and their quote I think is quite pertinent. They said PEXA don't have to care about outages because they don't lose a single customer.
Yeah.
We talked about telecoms. When Optus have had their recent issues, they've lost hundreds of thousands of customers.
Thanks.
Have a go, boys.
Thank you. Mr. Joyce, you're a much more patient person than I would be. How many people do you have working at Simply?
Thank you. Yeah, we're a New South Wales-based company with 40 people. To your question, Ms. Boyd, we used to have nearly 200.
Yes.
A couple of years ago, when we felt there was certainty on the reform being delivered.
Yeah.
That hasn't eventuated, and you heard from one of my shareholders, Mr. Ahern, earlier. We would love to grow the company to beyond where we were before.
And you started developing your platform when?
The company was formed in 2018.
Right.
So we built a national ELNO, and in New South Wales we are a comparable network.
Yeah. So the idea, after 7 years, we're working with what was 200 people until quite recently, that you've only built a Nokia, is you're very patient, and I no shade on my colleague. That's the impression you get from hearing from PEXA before you, was that they've got this Rolls-Royce model and yada yada. It makes me wonder why they would be so scared of the competition if your product was so inferior and you needed to leech off of them. Do you believe your product is better than PEXA's product?
Absolutely. And the customers that use us today are very complimentary about the value it adds. And I need to state, if we weren't hearing from customers today that there was value we could add, we'd have exited many moons ago.
And so to clarify for the committee, you could have somebody on both sides of the transaction at the moment who are both using Simply, and that transaction would work?
Can I use the telephone analogy?
Please.
I think it would be helpful. Today, to support a home purchase and sale, 2 banks, 2 conveyancers all need to be on the same network today because there is no interoperability. So they all have to use the Telstra phone, don't they? PEXA. If we are Vodafone entering this market, they then have to, and they're mandated to use PEXA, they then have to buy a separate phone and make sure the other parties are using Vodafone. That would be madness, that would be complex and costly. And it's actually worse than that because banks don't accept calls from Vodafone. So interoperability is all about a data standard that gives real choice. So when you buy your phone, if you choose to buy Telstra or Vodafone, it connects. So to your question, yes, people have to be wholly on our network for the network to succeed.
But this idea that somehow your product doesn't work or that it can't connect to the banks or any of those things, that's not true, because you currently do have trades going on, settlement is occurring, you are working with the banks, you have a fully functional product.
Yes.
It just can't talk to anyone who's on the PEXA system.
Correct.
Yeah.
Until we create the common data standard, which we're calling interoperability, until we create that, then really all the complexity and cost goes to the customer. And we want to remove that, don't we? We want to give customer genuine choice. And it would be remiss of me to not emphasize again that because we have those separate connections, because we have separate infrastructure, not only is this reform about the legacy and benefits of competition, but it's about resilience. If that PEXA monopoly went down today in New South Wales, tens of thousands of home sales wouldn't go through. Mr. Fang remarked about paper. There is no ability, there is no office to submit paper today. Cool. So I love the idea of a nuclear option, but I would ask this committee to consider New South Wales government have the appropriate powers that they could use to compel the networks to produce that data standard. By the end of next year, this could be delivered and customers would have true choice and we'd have true resiliency, which we don't have today.
But you'd be ready if it was, because you're already... You've
yes,
set
that's
up.
right. We have a fully functional, comparable network in New South Wales. I do go back to the PEXA CEO's comments earlier that he'd be willing. I look forward to him backing up those comments. But we need to create the data standard. Now, it'd be useful for the committee to hear, we haven't down tools on this. We are completing the design work for the data standard, and we will have completed all of that design work by the end of the year. And by our estimates, approximately 50 to 60% of the build work between the networks has already occurred. We're not starting from scratch. But let's be under no illusion. The incumbent has no commercial incentive to do this. You talk about the fines, and they are substantive. 10 days of delay already outweighs the largest fine that could occur. It will need really assertive government action on the basis of the reviews to make this happen.
I would argue that not only do they not have the incentive to do it, they have an incentive not to do it and to delay it, so that all this cash flow coming from 90% of the e-conveyancing market can be put to overseas investments. We've heard functionality all day and through the submissions. What functionality does PEXA have that the banks all seem to love so much that they went to ARNEC and said, we want all of this functionality for any other player?
Let me reframe that, because I think the banks and the ABA have said this clearly. They don't want, and mortgage processing and supporting customers buying houses is really important. I think everyone would acknowledge that. What the banks have said really clearly is they don't want a deterioration on the offer of their service on an on-network transaction, PEXA today, versus someone where it's interoperable. Now, PEXA are on the record as saying to the banks that they will deteriorate their service. So that is, again, that commercial incentive at play. We have seen no evidence to say why they couldn't deliver the same level of service to the banks when the data, instead of being input into the PEXA browser by a lawyer, is input into the Simply browser and shared by a data standard. Okay? No evidence whatsoever. When the functional review is complete and the report is produced, we are confident that this will say yet again that this is technically feasible without the sharing of any perceived IP, and that functional equivalence for the banks can be delivered. If there are further hearings, I would honestly say to the committee, call on the banks to come here with the reviews in hand and ask them to commit.
I think we will. Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. When my colleague, the Honourable Cameron Murphy, made his analogy about Nokia phones versus iPhones and the like, I think a number of us sort of looked at each other with a bit of quizzical amusement. I note the analogy that he made, but I'm going to make another analogy that's similar and tell me if I'm closer to the mark than maybe what my colleague was. Is it more the fact, perhaps, that we'll call the PEXA the iPhone, for example. It's widely in use. It's understood. We'll call the telecommunications networks the banks. And so when they're sending a text message standard, an iPhone will send a data stream to the network. The network will then pass that data stream to another iPhone. And if you send a text message on an iPhone, you can then receive it on another iPhone. Now, what is in effect with Simply versus PEXA is that you're perhaps an Android phone. That's another type of phone, just as technologically advanced, just as good. But what the networks and iPhone aren't giving you is what characters or what binary digits will make the A, the B, the C. So that if an iPhone sends you a text message through a network, you can't actually read the text message because it's scrambled. You need a common data set that will receive a text message like a standard message service, SMS. And that's what you need. You need that standard data set that column A is the address, column B is the price, column C is something else. And that common data set is shared amongst everybody. There's no IP in that, is there?
That is a fantastic example, and we would 100% agree. It's about the creation of a data standard that it supports the choice for customers, and importantly also, it supports resiliency, because that data standard then and the separate infrastructure means that one provider, ourselves, could step in if PEXA had an issue. Again, if they had an issue today, catastrophic.
Yep.
But you're right. But it's a little bit worse than that even, because the current position you heard from the PEXA team earlier is they don't want to create the data standard, and if they did, they want it to be lesser than their own network. That's not a level play. That's not fair. And that is not how this legislation was conceived. I think they're trying to reframe history here. This was all about creating a level playing field for the benefit of consumers and small businesses in New South Wales. So your characterisation is very clear.
So then the obvious lead on from that would be that in a circumstance where Apple, with their iPhone and the network / banks, don't want to provide open source, but Android is not the case that come December 2025, you've said you've continued working on these matters. You can release the data standard. You can set what is effectively the data standard and make, if the government, state government and federal government, adopt the data set that you've provided or proposed, because we don't have one from PEXA because they've simply stopped work on it, you've now created effectively the base code of what's going to be the data standard that moving forward any other market operator can come in and adopt. Is it the case that we need to make PEXA adopt your standard in order for them to comply?
That's a really interesting proposal, because that's in effect what we are currently doing. We're completing the first set of the data standards to release those. We've said that to ARNIC. We will release those into the community by the end of the year. Then it's PEXA's role then to review those and make sure that that's appropriate, so it's got a safe and secure system.
Yep.
Now, we come back to the heart of the problem, don't we? Their commercial incentive to do that. That's why we need New South Wales government to use their powers to do that. And then we can build this, test this, and let consumers and small businesses benefit from this.
And
now, I think why the powers that New South Wales government currently have are really important. It's because that needs to have deadlines with enforcement such that it's complied with. The good news recently is that New South Wales government issued directives to the LNOs to contribute to the current reviews in good faith. So I can categorically say that Simply will support the recommendations of those reviews. That should be the expectation of the other network and of the banks who also contributed. That's step one. So exactly to your point, a clear directive to the networks to build and agree the data standard and implement it by the end of next year.
Yep. So in answer to a question from my colleague, Ms. Abigail Boyd, you indicated that that the ARNIC review provided a number of determinations, I'll say. Are you aware, or have you seen a draft perhaps of that report, and are you confident to say that there is there'll be findings effectively saying that there is no IP sharing, that, you know, basically we just need to get on with this and get it done quickly?
No, I haven't seen the final reports, but we're confident based on our experience in the industry and our knowledge of how customers work that the recommendations will say, as I stated in my opening remarks, this is highly feasible, it can be delivered without the sharing of perceived IP, and that it can be delivered next year. But given the testimony you've heard today, it will need New South Wales government action. So we're asking for New South Wales government to communicate the recommendations from their reviews this year, and then use their powers to, as you mentioned, this is a legislated obligation. This is not up for debate.
It staggers me that this is already in place, and it has been in place for a number of years, and we are seeing, and I don't care what they say, this is PEXA using their market size and monopoly to shut out everybody else, whether it be through sending a letter or effectively just failing to engage. But there are clear legislated penalties, and in circumstances where they're not going to play nice, I think we need to start looking at that. You're right that they're not going to actually provide the hammer that we need, because 10 days, you're right, that's the revenue that they receive in the fine that they receive. But the point is that it's already part of their requirement. Now, the flip side of that is, and I've said this previously, that whilst they might receive that penalty, as a LNO as well, if you're not ready and you haven't engaged in good faith, etc., you could face the same penalty. What do you have to hang your hat on to make sure that you aren't going to be liable for the same penalty if we were to go down the path of seeking to enforce it on PEXA?
Let me be 100% clear. We would strongly welcome clear directions from the government to deliver this legislated obligation with enforceable penalties for non-delivery. We will be ready. We have not down tools. Why? Because we know there's benefit for consumers and small businesses, and as a legacy for the industry, this resiliency answer is really important. So we would welcome that action. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members want to follow up on any issues? That being the case, thank you, Mr. Joyce. Been very helpful. Yes, please.
There's just two requests, if I may. Number one, there are a number of substantive issues raised today, so we'd like to address those in a supplementary submission. And if it's okay, I think it might aid the committee to make a couple of closing comments, very brief.
Thank you.
New South Wales has legislated that PEXA and Simply must interoperate. Numerous independent objective studies have validated this as the most effective form of competition in this trillion-dollar market. New South Wales Government has extensive powers to ensure that PEXA and Simply deliver to that legislated obligation. There is strong support from Queensland as the other state to first roll out interoperability. Whilst federal support would be welcome, it is not necessary. Given the agreed rollout to Queensland and New South Wales, nor is approval from other states. Interoperability will deliver customer choice, lower prices, better service, greater innovation, and more reliability. But the alternative universe, if this doesn't happen, is that New South Wales will be left with an entrenched monopoly and a massive single point of failure for all home buyers and sellers. We are talking about data standards that leverage completely business as usual technology and schemas. Now is the time for New South Wales Government to act on the recommendations of their reviews this year. That would mean that any future hearings, this committee can hold to account networks, LNOs, banks and New South Wales Government to a clear delivery plan so that the benefits to consumers and small businesses in New South Wales can happen next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't recall if any questions were taken on notice, but if they were, the Secretariat will follow up with you. Thanks again for making time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And that brings today's hearings to a close, but the committee will adjourn for a deliberative. I don't think we have much to vote on, but we'll canvass dates.